Welcome back to Hensman Park Tennis Club, situated in the leafy suburb of South Perth. Broadcast of round 4 of the Tennis West Men's State League competition between top of the table and defending champions Hensman Park against last year's finalist Dalkeith Tennis Club. Hope you're enjoying the live coverage here through the West Australian newspaper live stream. My name is Brett Patten. I'm joined by Tennis Australia's high performance manager Tom George and Australia Tennis Seniors World Championship runner-up Shane Smedley to bring you today's match of the round. Hensman Park come into this match undefeated, top of the table, while Dalkeith rebounded last week to secure their first win for the season against Kings Parks Tennis Club. Good afternoon and welcome, Tommy George. What are you expecting to see today?
Yeah, it's great to be here, Brett, for a wonderful afternoon of tennis, to see a repeat of last year's final. Really excited for today. There'll be some blockbuster matches. The number 1 matchup with S.Webster will be a great match with Matty Burton. Number 2, James Newton, with the article in the West Australian today. He'll be up and about playing against NCAA champion Rhys Johnson, and we have Ethan Cook playing as well against Ollie Henderson, and we have Austin Vos playing against Nathan Lim. So really 2 premier clubs, and very excited for today's play.
Yeah, blockbuster match today, no question about that. 2 of the best teams in the competition for a long period of time. They've played in the State League finals the last 2 years. Hensman Park getting over the top of Dalkeith. Dalkeith looking for some retribution today. Looking forward to bringing you all the results from all the other State League matches right across today's play as well, as we kick off into round 4 of the men's State League competitions. We're just about to start. Rhys Johnson serving closest to the camera from Hensman Park up against Matty Burton from Hens Park. Big serve there, down the middle. I mean, what are we going to see from Rhys's game today, do you think?
Yeah, I think you'll see a lot of big serves here, and you'll see him come forward a lot. He's a very aggressive player, will come to the net as much as possible.
My apologies. James Newton is the player from Dalkeith Tennis Club up against Rhys Johnson from Hensman Park. Of course, we're going to see Matty Burton and S.Webster directly after this particular tie has been played and won. A little bit of breeze around here, a little bit of swirliness at Hensman Park in South Perth.
So Rhys will repeat his first serve.
Will we see a lot of serve and volleying today on these hard courts by these 2 players?
You won't from James, but I think we will see Rhys do a bit of serve volleying.
Right on cue, straight out of the matchbook, Tommy George, such is your prodigious understanding of the game of tennis, and that was a beautifully created point. The swinging serve wide just opened up that backhand corner. He technically very sound, Rhys Johnson, particularly around the net.
Yeah, what a first game, held to love. As you said, textbook serve volley there, serve out wide, forehand volley into the open court. So great first game for Rhys.
We're going to skip across to court number 2, where Nathan Lim is playing against Austin Vos. Austin Vos from Hensman Park, Nathan Lim from Dalkeith. As we wait for the top court to change over between James Newton and Rhys Johnson. Exciting match-up here on the second court, Hensman Park. As we made mention, Austin Vos, tall player, big hitter from the back of the court. Really exciting prospects for Austin Vos. Swinging that serve wide, Nathan Lim. Yeah, nice second serve, really went after that. Nice and deep. Just forcing the overplay on that backhand side from Austin Vos as we go back to court number 1. James Newton serving from Dalkeith.
Good serve out wide there from James, 15 love up.
I want to thank Tomoya Yamazaki and Scotty Walsh for putting the production together. Live feed through the West Australian newspapers, enjoying their support. First serve fault. Bit of a nervy start from young James Newton. I mean, this is a good step up in pedigree against Rhys Johnson. He's a quality player, we know that. It's taking him a little while just to get his feet, just get set. Speed of the game, Tommy?
Yes, it'll be a completely different level here today, playing against an NCAA champion. So he'll really have to adjust to the faster pace of the ball coming through, the bigger serves. Everything will just happen a bit faster for James today.
And again, just really snatching at that forehand. Last week, we watched James Newton come up against Jaron Stafford from Kings Park, and he really hit his straps nice and early, but that was at home, at Dalkeith. Playing away from home, do you think that impacts the players, certainly the away team?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Hensman have an incredible record at home here. You can see the crowd building, huge crowd in this afternoon. So they really lift in front of their home crowd, and obviously they train on these courts. They know the pace of the courts, the conditions. It's very windy today, so big home ground court advantage.
It's calling it long. Of course, there's no umpires adjudicating on the court. There is a courtside referee, but the players do call their own lines. Pushing that a little bit wide, but you can see the aggression for Rhys. He's looking to stand up on the serve from young James and trying to take the ball early and really just start pushing in and driving his will against his younger opponent.
That's right. You see his intent early. He wants short points. He's going to be very aggressive and pulled the trigger line straight off the serve there. So I think that's a little snapshot of what Rhys is looking to do today.
Hear the enthusiasm. Great rally there from the back of the court. Rhys Johnson, a nice early come on. That's the sort of style, the rally that I think young James Newton would like to engage with Rhys. Rhys hasn't played for the last couple of weeks, so you would think that his conditioning probably isn't as good as James. And I would have thought that he'd like to, as you made mention, make him shorter points, and that was playing into young James Newton, but unfortunately overplaying that forehand.
No, you're exactly right. That's the type of long points James wants. Second serve.
Overplaying that forehand long. You can hear James muttering under his breath. A nice early break for Rhys Johnson, leads 2-0. James Newton from Dalkeith, closest to the camera, just toweling himself off at the moment. And Rhys just trying to impose his will on his younger opponent at the moment, getting ready to step up to serve. Game 3, currently leading 2-0.
2-0. Now he's got the win behind him, serving, so off to a good start for Hensman.
Called wide. Beautiful acceleration, that forehand, and again Rhys Johnson looking to push forward to the net. Anything short, James is going to be in a lot of trouble today, and certainly the early stage of this match he's been putting well too many short shots in there to allow Rhys to really dictate from the back of the court.
You're right, Brett. It's really pivotal for James to keep his depth today. You're right. Rhys will jump on anything short and soft. He'll punish. He's too good of a player, so James is going to have to force the issue through depth and pace.
Just seeing a ball come across from the opposing court. Of course, if a ball does come across throughout the match, halfway through a point, the players will call 2. It's part of the etiquette. No ball kids out here. Beautiful cross-court backhand return, James Newton. You can hear just a little come on. Just starting to get a little bit of fire back in the belly, but I do like that. Big kick serve out to the backhand. Closed in, but the passing shot way too good from James Newton.
Yeah, pinpoint accuracy from James. A great return.
Of course, match being played at Hensman Park Tennis Club in the heart of South Perth. Yeah, nice change up, nice kick serve.
That's a perfect serve with the wind. The wind behind him, that big heavy kicker. It's Rhys uses the Babolat Aero Pro there, same racket as Nadal. You can get a lot of spin and torque off that racket, and he's really zipping that second serve in there, heavy kicker out of the hidden zone of James. Difficult return.
Again, beautiful low return to the incoming Rhys Johnson. Just really had to stretch on that forehand. I mean, the swinging serve down the tee away from James, but the athleticism of young James Newton really got him across to be able to make something of that return.
Yeah, great return down at the shoelaces of Rhys. Difficult volley there. Well done by James.
Yeah, lovely aggressive style. Beautiful down the tee again. He's hitting his marks with his first serve. He does change. He's good variety in his serve. Can flatten it out, Rhys Johnson. And he can also put the kicker in or the slider in. He's just keeping young James on his back foot, not knowing really where he's going to hit that first serve.
Great variety. We've seen everything so far.
Loose ball error. Again, a lovely dipping return from Newton. Very hard to play off the toes, particularly coming forward, and the breeze is swirling around a little bit. As the viewers are watching, it's coming directly into the camera and a little bit to the bottom right hand of the camera. Beautiful little chip. Cross-court James Newton. I think if you're sitting courtside with James at the next changer, what sort of advice would you be talking to James about?
Yeah, let's see what happens with this game. Okay, so the scoreboard I think is a little bit misleading because James has had his chances to get the break back there. So there's 3 love down, but the one thing really focus on there is from this end down from us into the breeze, really got to keep it deep there because Rhys is just coming in and he's really attacking him a lot. So keep the depths, keep him on the baseline, and I think just settle down, take his time between points. You can see a little bit nervous here at the start of this match. Big occasion for him.
Watching the change of ends of Nathan Lim and Austin Vos on court number 2 here at Hensman Park on serve currently. Austin Vos currently leading 2-1. And again, a little bit of breeze around. We will expect that breeze to die down as the afternoon progresses. But it's pretty good conditions for the players out here. There's not a lot of heat. Certainly on hard courts in those hotter months of the year, January and December, the heat really does radiate from underneath the feet, and that again causes an element of, you've got to make sure you've got the right fluids intake, you've got to make sure your nutrition's right. But today, very comfortable here at Hensman Park for the players.
Beautiful conditions. Nice hot day with a little breeze. It's very pleasant, so perfect.
Lovely touch. You can hear the reach of the wheels there for young James Newton. It's funny how players can seem to get a bit more slide on the hard courts nowadays.
Well, I think Novak Djokovic has made that huge with the juniors. That they see Novak sliding around and doing the splits there. So a few of the juniors now, where when we were growing up, I only really used to see the players slide on the clay courts, but now we see a bit of it on the hard court. But every time they do that, my heart's in my mouth because I think, there could be an injury coming up. So got to be careful.
James Newton serving. A little wide. James from Dalkeith. Last year, part of the Hensman Park State League side, winning side. Overplaying that forehand. Rhys Johnson. He's starting to find some great rhythm though, Rhys Johnson. He's not scared to go after it. We've seen a lot of variety in the first 3 games, staying back, prepared to counter-punch, and then he can move forward using that slice back into great effect.
Yeah, interestingly, we've seen him chip a few first serve returns, even off the forehand side. So he's very happy just to get himself started in the point and then start swinging away.
Called long.
Loose error there from Rhys. He really wants to keep the pressure on James because with that one break of serve can be right back in the set in a blink of an eye.
Both players do have a tendency to hit the returner serve and then take another step and a half back behind the baseline. Would you like to see him really start owning the baseline a little bit more, both players?
Oh, definitely. I think definitely like to see Rhys be up on the baseline, be aggressive all day today.
Wow, that is a beautiful counter-punching forehand down the line, and that is the talent of young James Newton. That was a great return, good deep return to the backhand, to the forehand corner. James Newton just anticipating and really leaned in on that forehand too. Great effect.
Yeah, he'll take a lot of confidence from that. That was a brilliant shot. They're one of the shots of the day so far. So, good game there from James. 3-1. Another big serve there from Rhys. So far he's getting his 1 or 2 free points every service game. So James is going to have to make a few more returns here, put a bit more pressure on the service game.
We saw heard a breaker string, and we have. Rhys changing ends here to get another racket. Technology nowadays, the strings they use generally don't break all that often, not like the old catgut from back in the 90s and 80s. Some of the poly strings nowadays sort of last a little bit longer, a little bit more grittier, Tommy.
Yeah, that's right. You can get quite thick gauge strings now that could last you a long time. Most of the players out here today use Big Banger, which is Luxalong brand, which they all love. Just long there from James, but the right intention there. Went after the second serve return, and that's what he's got to do, is force the issue a little bit there and not let Rhys dictate that. But you're right, the strings can be huge now. You know, we talk about the 1%ers, but you get the right strings and racket and tension, and you can really make a huge difference to your game.
Words from Tommy George, Tennis Australia's High Performance Academy manager. Watching Rhys Johnson serving close to the camera from Hensman Park. Nice swinging serve. Just, you can see the anguish on James' face. Just put the hand on the hip there, a little bit frustrated. Looked like he didn't move all that well across to that swinging serve of Rhys Johnson.
I think you touched on that earlier, Brett, with the variety of Rhys's serve. He's really mixing it up well with the big flat serves, the slice serves, the kickers, and James just hasn't found his rhythm so far.
Enjoying the hospitality here at Hensman Park. Ellen Lynch from Hensman Park Tennis Club, the club manager. She's just providing a little bit of water and a little bit of nutrition for us here, Tommy George, as we go across to court number 2, where we're watching Nathan Lim from Dalkeith up against Austin Vos from Hensman Park, currently on serve. Nathan Lim serving from Dalkeith, closest to the camera. What can you tell us about Nathan Lim, Tommy George?
So Nathan Lim, a really hard worker. He's been with John Thorpe at Dalkeith for a long time now. They're a great team, and he's had some excellent results on the junior and adult circuit the last couple years. The last few weeks he's been really concentrating on his studies, and his exams finish next week, and then he'll ramp up his training again. But he's really solid off the back of the court, off both wings, forehand and backhand. He's got a solid serve. Probably his greatest attribute is he's a really hard worker. So he really maximises his potential. But here we're just having a look now at Rhys is just putting on a new grip here. See on the change of ends, a lot of these pros, they're really perfectionists and they're pedantic with their rituals, and you can see we've only played 5 games here, 4-1 to Rhys, and he already wants his new grip. But I guess it might be his other racket from the broken string, so maybe he didn't have the new grip on ready to go.
Some of our viewers may remember the great Vitas Gerolaitis, former American top 10 player. He used to change his grip every change of ends, Tommy George. He had a gauze grip back in the 80s. He used to change that grip every change of ends.
Yeah, I always liked what Pete Sampras, change of ends, just put on those Torner grips very quickly, and he could do it in about 20-30 seconds.
James Newton closer to the camera, serving. Currently down 1-4 against Rhys Johnson from Hensman Park. Nice swinging serve. James just letting out a collective sigh. Probably thought he got away with that one. That was right in the hitting zone of Rhys. Rhys couldn't make the most of it.
Yeah, Rhys is really persistent on the forehand returns, first serve returns, just chipping it back. So far it's worked well for him, so got the winning strategy. Why change it?
Love that play from Rhys Johnson. That was really set up by that return of serve. Forehand nice and deep. Really kept James Newton at the back of the court. James is 2-3 metres behind the baseline, and for me that's causing a few problems right now. He's not been able to get up into the court and dictate like he did last week against Jaron Stafford, such as the weight of shots, such as the pace coming from Rhys Johnson.
You're exactly right. He's got to be really mindful of that, because when he goes back, Rhys will come straight in. What a point. That's a world-class tennis. Why we're here to, the crowd went absolutely nuts. Rhys hit a beautiful early backhand return, and James just thread the needle down the line, and it really had to be, because, God, Rhys is like a cat up at the net. It's hard to get the ball past him. What a point.
I do like that play. I mean, James going to have to do that all day if he's to get over the top of Rhys. Pretty hard to do. Again, another lovely deep return from Rhys Johnson. From that far end of the court, that breeze is helping. Don't need to do a lot. The ball is certainly flying at pace from the far end of the court. You can see James just toweling off and talking under his breath again.
Yeah, he was just asking the crowd how that return was. It was definitely in. Some biased supporters on the sideline from his own club thinking the ball might have been long, but we're right on that line and it was definitely in.
Very fair competition, very fair athletes here in the Tennis West State League competition, both men's and women's. Better play, shorter ball, moved up nice and quick, and just put that away nice and deep. You can hear the crowd trying to get behind the young Dalkeith charger. He's down an early break here, down 4-1 against Rhys Johnson. It's a bit of an uphill battle for Newton at the moment.
Yes, and it's good to see all the supporters here from Dalkeith getting behind the Dolphins. You can hear yelling in the crowd of fins up. Living off his second serve, he'll need to lift his first serve percentage in this match.
Oh, world-class movement then from both boys. I do like the variety, the change of style from Rhys Johnson, but again, we saw the wheels of young James Newton. He's a very good athlete, needs to put on probably a little bit more size, and he'll do that as he gets older and starts working in the gym a little bit more, but gee whiz, he moves around the court nicely.
He sure does. That is one of his greatest strengths. He's a really great mover, very quick around the court, but you're right, the next couple of years he'll put on a bit more muscle and he'll put a bit more weight on his shots as well, so doing some great work with the dyers at Greenwood, so they'll rectify that straight away.
Beautiful range again. Just a nice, he's just taking a little bit of pace off that ball as Rhys approaches and just set it up for a nice cross-court forehand pass. You're right, the scoreboard is probably not accurate in the sense that James is still really much in this match. He just hasn't taken his opportunities when they've arisen. Wide. First serve wide. Rhys Johnson serving, currently leading 4-2. Again, beautiful running forehand cross court down at the feet of the incoming Rhys Johnson.
Yeah, great couple points there from James. So he's really got a big opportunity here at Love 30. You've talked before in previous weeks about the importance of the 7th game in the set. This is really pivotal time right here. So James has put himself in a great position here. Love 30, we'll see what he can do. Couple great returns.
I think Rhys Johnson needs to go to that swinging forehand serve out to the, particularly in the juice court, and try to move in with the wind. See if he goes there. No, heavy tee, missed it. A little bit of anxiety creeping into that first serve, Rhys Johnson.
Okay, big opportunity here for James. We've got Love 43 break points, so it's really pivotal he makes the most of this. Against these top players like these Rhys Johnsons, you have to take these opportunities. He might only get a couple break points in this whole match, so really important that he capitalises here with a good solid point.
40, Rhys Johnson serving from Hensman Park. There it is, break back, 4-3. Really dug in that game. Super impressed with the effort from James Newton. Gets back on parity now. Back on serve, and he's serving from that end with the breeze, so that'll give him a little bit more confidence as we skip across to court number 2.
Yeah, brilliant game there from James, back on serve.
Just watching the changeover of Nathan Lim from Dalkeith and Austin Vos from Hensman Park. Austin Vos currently leading 4 games to 3 in the first set with a breaker serve. You can see on court at the moment Evan Manso sitting with Austin Vos. That's allowed at State League here. You can actually sit down. One member of your team can sit down on court, give some advice, coach, which is what we don't see on the main tour. Do you like the idea of coaches being able to sit with their charges and talking through some tactics?
I do love it in State League and in junior competitions, and you know, you can see out there with Evan Manso and Austin, they're great mates. They play doubles a lot, so I love that in the format. I'm not a big fan of it out on the professional circuit. I like players to be able to work it out for themselves, and yeah, it's just a balancing act. But for young juniors and junior teams competitions, I do love it.
Just waiting for James Newton after breaking serve there in the 7th game. Currently trails 3 games to 4 against Rhys Johnson from Hensman Park, closest to the camera. Beautiful point on James Newton's rackets at that time, but gee whiz, the just never say die attitude and the scrambling and the counter punching from Rhys Johnson got him back into that match with a beautiful lob into the breeze. Good hands around the net too, and James Newton just couldn't make the passing shot.
No, but I did like that play from James. He served to the forehand, got the chip return, couple big heavy forehands into Rhys's forehand, and Rhys was just chipping them back. So good play from James. I would like to see him do that a few more times and see how he goes. Lost that one, but I think that might be a good play for him.
You can see him confidence lifting though, James. Down early, the shoulders were slumped. Back on serve now. Yeah, he lost that point, but he's in a better frame of mind.
What a shot.
Beautifully held.
Yeah, he really held that to the last minute. We're just waiting to see which way Rhys was leaning and then just pushed it down the line for the winner. The Dalkeith Dolphins in the crowd very happy with that one. They're up and about now that James is back into this match. 15-all.
Henderson Park. The Parkers, as they like to be called. Well, they're spectators. You'll hear go the Parkers throughout this tie. Overplaying that forehand, and again the anxiety. Young James Newton, we spoke about that 2 points ago, does have the control of the point. It's on his racket, just overplaying a couple of times on that forehand.
Yeah, really like that point from James. Just the execution on the final shot there, but he's starting to really get his feet going, run around, rip the forehands. He's really looking good out here.
Trailing 15-30. You can hear big serve down the tee, unreturnable, 30-all. There's a lot more come-ons and a lot of fisting going on out here, Tommy G. The players really getting up in the face of their opponent, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Brett, but I love the passion. I love when players get fired up. It just shows how much it means to them. They all want to win the State League title. It's a huge shield that they get awarded at the Tennis West Awards night. Very prestigious, goes down in history, so love to see the passion.
Going for the wide serve, Newton, just catching the top of the tape. working that deep backhand with that big forehand, James Newton, and finds himself up 40-30.
Yeah, another good point from James, really using his forehand to great effect with the wind behind him. Is completely different player from 20 minutes ago. He's really settled now. He's found his groove. He's got the rhythm, and we're seeing him get better and better as this match goes on. So big opportunity to close out this game, take it to 4-all.
Missing that first serve. Beautiful play. Great backhand cross court from Rhys Johnson, but we can start to see the style of game that young James Newton wants to play. He really just wants to work that forehand over. He's getting across and trying to take the off forehand out to the backhand wing of Rhys Johnson, but on that occasion, Rhys certainly up to the task, Tommy George.
Yeah, great point from both the lads there. Very high quality tennis. One of the best points of the day so far. That is another good point from James, though. So he's really making Rhys earn the points as he takes a breather at the back of the court now. Yeah, good play from James there. He's starting to get a bit of success with the serve out to the forehand on the juice court, and then running around and ripping that forehand and putting himself in a good position. So I think you're going to see more of that. Rhys will probably have to start coming over that forehand return, because I think James has picked up that he's just blocking it back every time.
James Newton, game point. Chance to level the first set. There it is. You can hear it by that cry of yes from James Newton. Back on serve, 4 games apiece. And they say it's not a break of serve until you hold your serve, and he did on that occasion. Heading into the 9th game of this first set, Rhys Johnson closest to the camera from Hensman Park, serving.
Real momentum shift here. James is really fired up. Got the last few games. I believe he was 4-1 down, back to 4-all. So he's got the momentum. Can he keep it going? Pivotal stage of the match right here.
Wind is swirling around. You can see the players' shirts, particularly Rhys here, closest to the camera. The wind is really sweeping across that white Hensman Park tennis shirt. We'd like to have that choice back again, I think. He just tried to hit the drop shot. I don't think he executed it the way he would have liked. Again, when you're in these pressure cooker situations, 4 games all, start of the 9th game, you want to put a little bit more pressure on your opponent with that return of serve.
Exactly right. Definitely not the right shot there. First serve again. Oh, just a loose error there from Rhys. He's not happy with that. He's disgusted. He's talking to himself there. He's a lot better than that. So 15-all. See what happens here. We can hear the social players on the back natural grass courts. They're all coming in to watch the State League action and loving the afternoon down here at Hensman Park.
Gee whiz, really went after that forehand. Looked a little wide. I think it was called wide. Rhys just asking Austin Vos, his teammate, how did he see that? He said, I think it was wide, Rhys. You're right. A lot of social play and other league plays across the grounds here at Hensman Park. Getting quite willing out here in the social ranks as well. Missing. Percentage of first serves dropping off for both players. test of wills across on the forehand wing by both players here. You can hear Rhys just talking to himself, a little bit frustrated because he was on top of this match nice and early with an early break.
Yeah, he was in complete control of the first set, so a bit of frustration setting in for Rhys. He knows he's had his opportunities. He could be into the second set by now, but credit to James. He's hanging tough, playing some great tennis here. 30 all.
Oh, brave play, Rhys Johnson. Beautiful serve and volley, 30 all, 4 all. Comes up with a huge point that could be telling at the latter stage of this first set.
Brilliant point. Great classic serve volley there, seeing Rhys at his absolute best.
Has played in high pressure cooker situations, particularly at college in the States. Just not putting enough heat on that first serve. He wants to serve and volley, but he's not getting either enough kick or enough work on the ball, so James has to battle with the returner. So right now, James is finding it right in that sweet spot. Every time Rhys is looking to serve and volley, James has got to look.
Yeah, that's right. That kicker just held up in the wind, and James just right in the sweet spot. Great return.
Beautiful serve, and you can hear what that meant to Rhys. A little bit of pressure valve release there. Big come on, a big yes from Rhys Johnson. 4 all. His advantage.
Yeah, these top quality players, they know how important. They say every point's worth the same, which is correct, but there are pivotal moments in matches that are more crucial than others, and he knows how important that point was.
Overplaying, just catching the top of the racket there. Rhys Johnson from Hensman Park, closest to the camera. Across the other court, the first set has been won by Austin Vos, taking it 6-4 against Nathan Lim from Dalkeith. 4 games apiece here, centre court here at Hensman Park. Rhys Johnson serving, juice. Just missing that overhead, and he gives a wry smile, talking to himself. That's a pressure point. Normally he'd make that 9 out of 10 times, but at this situation and this tightness at this stage of the set, Tommy George, it really played on him.
Exactly right. Very uncharacteristic mistake from a world-class tennis player. That's right. Pivotal moment, 4 all juice, and God, James will be wrapped with that mistake and see if he can take his opportunity here.
Just calling it long. Of course, there are no linesmen, no court umpire. There is a umpire that adjudicates across the whole day's play, but won't be calling the lines. There it is. And the fist pump from young James Newton back to his father and the crowd and his teammates as he goes up 5-4, serving for that first set. What a great fight back from young James Newton. I mean, we can see the anxiety starting to build up with Rhys at the change of ends. His head's down, he's dropped his racket, he's talking to himself, and you can see the spring again, the energy back in young James Newton that wasn't there 25 minutes ago, Tommy George.
Huge turnaround in this match, 4-1 to Rhys Johnson, to now have James Newton 5-4 up and serving for the first set. Just huge momentum shift. So really credit to James for hanging tough, hanging in there, because he had at the start of the set a few opportunities to break serve. He didn't quite get it, but he keeps knocking on the door, and he eventually found his way through. So yeah, pivotal stage here for this match, and we really think that this tie will be pivotal in the overall result today. So we'll see what James can come up with, because for the first time today he'll now be thinking, okay, I'm up, I've got to serve it out, and the pressure now sort of returns back to him.
You see Rhys Johnson getting up, change of ends. Down 4-5 against 16-year-old James Newton from Dalkeith Tennis Club. What would James be saying at this change event? What's he going through his head? Is he rolling through just a mantra of first serve, first forehand? I mean, what's he looking to do?
Yes, I think that's exactly right. He'll be thinking just 1 point at a time, try and not think about the end result. Just 1 point at a time, take his time, just work on what he's been working on with his coaches, Brad and Ash Dyer. You know, good ball toss, reach up to it, up and out, just the basics.
Again, you can hear Rhys Johnson's frustration, just saying, move your feet. And we saw that. He was a bit heavy-footed. Didn't get around and execute the way he would have liked on that forehand. But that's a sigh of relief too from James Newton. You know, serving for the first set, 5-4 to get a cheap point. He's got to give himself a bit of confidence. 15 love.
Yeah, good deep return from Rhys there, 15 all, and great camera work there from Tomio and the close-in shots of James Newton. Okay, 15 all. Rhys were talking about his footwork there after that first point. Really windy now, so when it's windy conditions, you want to have not good footwork, you want great footwork. You really want to make those constant little adjustments to the ball moving around in these swirly conditions. Hear a huge come on in the background there from Austin Vos. 15 all.
And again, another cheap point for young James Newton. I mean, if anything, you want to let your opponent win the match, not give it away, Tom George.
That's right. You really want to make them work hard. For Brad Gilbert talked a lot about that in his book, Winning Ugly, that you've just got to put balls in the court and let them come up with the win. You don't want to give them any cheap errors. If they come up with a winner, too good, but make them earn it.
30-15. Again, we see that wind playing havoc on the ball toss for James Newton from Dalkeith. And another 3 unforced error, and you can see just bouncing his racket in disgust. Generally, that would come with a warning, but the umpire's just letting that go. Knows the importance and of this particular stage of the first set. 2 set points for James Newton. There you go, James Newton just letting the crowd know that he's in this match. First set, 6 games to 4. I tell you, if Rhys Johnson from Hensman Park, he'd want the last 10 minutes back because he's made so many unforced errors which just weren't part of his game in the first 15 minutes of the first set.
Yeah, really interesting set there. Well done to James. We'll see what they come up with in the second set, but brilliant tennis from James to turn that round from 1-4 to win 5 games in a row and win the first set 6-4. As
Nathan Lim, beautiful backhand passing of the incoming Austin Vos, and Austin couldn't believe it. He just looked up at him and said, too good. I think it didn't come out of the middle of the racket, but you pay for the whole racket, Tommy. You've got to use the whole racket, frame and everything.
That's right, whatever it takes. Wry smile there from Aussie. Ooh, just lazy on the footwork there from Lemmy. Really just that ball died in the wind, that strong breeze behind him. He's got to get up to that ball. When he's down the other end, that would come on to him, but down his end, it just dies a little bit.
We spoke about Austin Vos at the start of this match. Tall athlete, spent 4 years away playing for the University of New Orleans, and you can hear a lot of come-ons. There's a lot of that college, American college in him with the fist pumps, the big come-ons. And you love that passion though, Tommy George. You'd love to see it out on court. You'd love to see it as part of the team members, part of their ethos, their mantra.
That's exactly right. Love to see great energy. Oh yeah, huge come-ons. Just what you're talking about, Brett. Is very happy with that. And you see a lot of the players come out of the college system in America where they do give a lot of come-ons, great energy. They're usually very good doubles players. So you can see a direct result of his 4 years over at college where they, the Americans, they will all watch their movies and they all get fired up and the coaches give their big speeches before you go out on court and get very excited, and you got to love that energy.
Yeah, certainly. We see the great Leighton Hewitt. He used to give it the come on rock a lot on the back of Rocky Balboa. He loved to watch the Rocky Balboa movies before he went out and played a big match, and all the time he'd hear him on court, not just the come on, but the come on rock. It was quite fascinating to listen to.
Yes, famous for watching the Rocky training videos before his matches and really took off. And you still see some of the Aussie juniors say, come on, rock, and giving it the chainsaw. But yeah, legendary with his enthusiasm and effort on court. If every player in our program had the same effort as him, we'd be very happy.
You teach that at the State Tennis Centre? I mean, is there a program to fire themselves up when they're off the court or on the court? Some players just don't have that in them, Tommy. They just like to go around and play their matches and not say too much. But I think sometimes it does help them fire themselves up, even if they don't think it does. And it also lets their opponent know they're there in for the long haul.
Yeah, that's right, Brett. Every player is different, unique, and has their own different personality. But some like to get fired up, like Hewitt and Nadal and others. But yeah, some are quite passive, like Roger, even though back in his day he was very fiery. And we'll see James running out here to what you love to see is like Rafa and Nadal sprinting out, getting ready for the second set.
James Newton closest to the camera. Just won the first set, 6-4 against Rhys Johnson from Hensman Park, serving. Opening stage of the second set. Just pushed it wide, but again, both boys, great wheels on them. They can motor around the court. You can hear the screeching of the tyres, of the feet, the footwork. It's quite theatrical out here. We're enjoying certainly what we're seeing.
Oh, I'm loving it. As you said earlier on the broadcast, James very quick around the court, got to that ball easily, had a lot of time actually, and just pushed it wide.
Of course, we're going to keep you updated with the results from around the State League today. Oh, beautiful court hustle and a beautiful put-away backhand volley there from Rhys Johnson.
Yeah, credit to James there, making him play that one more volley, but what a point from Rhys, showing his absolute class there.
Now the match is being played around today on the back of this point. Catching the top of the tape, Kings Park are playing Mount Lawley at Kings Park. Sam Ashton from Kings Park got the first set against Ethan Farley, 6-1, and Ben Dellinger, former top Australian ranked junior, coming up against that youngest ever player to play State League, Jake Dembo from Mount Lawley, and Ben Dellinger got the first set 6-2. UWA come up against Cottesloe. Will Hahn against Jasper Patterson. Will Hahn from Cottesloe, currently pushing that chip backhand long. I do like the change of pace. He's looking to move the ball forward and take a little bit of a different look as far as the pace is concerned. Will Hahn currently leading Jasper Patterson from UWA 6-love at 1-love, and Max Weir from Cottesloe currently leading Ethan Reid from UWA 3-2. Three matches being played in the Women's State League. We'll come to those results shortly. First serve percentage just leaving Rhys here in the last 15 to 20 minutes. And you can see that not going away, not giving up. Rhys Johnson, big come on there. His team are getting right behind him every point. They're trying to fire him up, G him up. Just letting young James Newton that he is the old dog here on court. He's more experienced. He's been around. He's played more matches. He's here for the long haul.
That's right, Brett. He won't go away. He'll keep fighting to the end, Rhys. He'll be very keen to take this to a third set.
Beautiful low volley, very rafter-like, very Edberg-like, but gee, the passing shot was just world-class, running forehand down the line.
Yeah, wonderful shot from James. His return of serve has really been one of the highlights so far of this match. Really got his rhythm there, and is making Rhys play a lot of difficult volleys. As we see good close-in camera work there from Tomio on Rhys as he prepares for the next point.
Tomio Yamazaki and Scotty Walsh. Yep, I love that shot, that forehand cross court, really pulling James away. And particularly into the breeze. He's really trying to make something from 2 or 3 metres behind the baseline. Just couldn't do it on that occasion. So that's what I continually tell Rhys. Be aggressive, work your angles, use that forehand to great effect and keep moving forward.
Yeah, and I think that's why he did so well at the start of this match. When he was 4-1 up, he was incredibly aggressive, and then he just sort of put his foot off the pedal, and he led James back into it with some passive play and chipping some forehands around. So
again, good, deep, penetrating ground strokes from James Newton. That ball right off the top of the racket, and it's gone over the back of the fence onto the social players' courts. They'll hit it back begrudgingly. Let's see what sort of delivery they give. Yeah, they've made the mark, but you know, great aggressive play from James Newton.
yes, great point there. Would love to see Rhys stay aggressive in the second set and go back to what he did at the start of this match.
Overplaying that forehand. James calling it long. Again, too many unforced errors creeping into Rhys Johnson from Hensman Park's game. Like you said, I did like the aggressiveness by which he started this match. He was serving and volleying a lot. He was changing it up. Anything short, he'd move and pounce on. Overplaying, and there goes the racket. I tell you what, here comes the umpire. He didn't like the look of that. You can see that was a cracked racket. The passion's still there, young Rhys, and the umpire's just walking up, giving him a code warning.
Yes.
See that on camera at the moment. The umpire just standing courtside, letting him know that, you know, this still is a gentleman's game, Tommy, and they don't go any ball abuse, any racket abuse, any swearing. It automatically get a warning and then a code violation.
That would be an automatic code violation because it did sound like that racket did crack there when he threw it.
We're seeing Ethan Cook come and sit down next to his teammate in Rhys Johnson. I think that's a smart play, just to calm him down, just to start talking about getting your head back in the game, start controlling what you can control and start going back to what served you well in the early stages of the first set, which was high quality first serves. Maybe take some pace off it, Tommy George. Keep moving forward. Keep making James pass you. If he can pass you too good, make sure that you're putting the pressure on your opponent.
That's exactly right. Rhys should go back to his strengths of the aggressive play, coming forward as much as possible, the short, sharp points, the serve volleys. He's really let James really get some momentum from the baseline here, and James is so far winning the baseline exchanges.
Again, that breeze just playing havoc.
And big fist pump from James. He's really a man full of confidence after winning 6 games on the trot here. He wants to keep the momentum going.
Crowd really building up here at Hensman Park Tennis Club. It's a great atmosphere. Overplaying. Did like that positioning though. He's up in the court on the baseline looking to push that Turner serve back nice and deep, just overplayed.
Well, James is really targeting the forehand return of serve here. Let's see what he does here. Cheap double fault from James. Should be unhappy with that.
I think the positioning of Rhys probably forced him into an error there. He was really starting to move forward. He was halfway between the baseline and the service line, looking to take that return early and move forward. So he's starting to think out there, Rhys. He's not just giving James the same look. Rhys Johnson, closest to the camera from Hensman Park. Again, former NCAA #1 doubles player in the US during his college years. He's played on many big stages. Comes into this match after a couple of week layoff, but he'll think his way through it.
Rhys, you can just hear Rhys in the background there, very unhappy with that point as he just pushed that passing shot wide. But another solid point from James, really using the wind well from that end. I think his best tennis has come down the end he's currently at, where he works the point and then he comes in off the right shot. And James again going to the serve on the forehand on the juice court, proving very successful that play. And we see Rhys just changing rackets there. He's probably not happy with the tension of the previous racket, so whether that racket has just been strung quickly off in the background and he's just got a fresh set.
What do the tension of the strings provide a player? I mean, is the tighter your racket strings are, the more control, and the looser, the more power?
Exactly right. The tighter the strings, more control, but you give up that power, so you've got to find that fine balance. Personal preference. Good serve there from Rhys into the body. Yeah, I like to string mine at 58 pounds. That's pretty tight, but that's more for coaching, so I can put the ball where I want it on the court and work the juniors around the court. But you probably see a lot of these players out here low 50s, 54, 55, so they can get a good blend of power and placement.
More talk creeping into Rhys Johnson's game at the moment. Really unhappy with some of the shot production, some of the choices. And again, I think that comes down to the lack of match play the last couple of weeks. You can practice all you want, but when you find yourself in a match environment, making that right choice does become a little bit more difficult.
Another good serve there from Rhys. No, you're right. You see players like Rhys, when they get those consistent matches and training in, the quality of the tennis just gets better and better. But the body does go where the mind tells it, so I'd really like to see Rhys be a little bit more positive with his body language and self-talk moving forward here, because he's really getting down on himself, and I don't think it's helping his tennis here.
Currently trailing by a set and 2-love. Rhys Johnson, closest to the camera from Hensman Park. Again, quality baseline rallies from both players, but Rhys Johnson unfortunately just trying to force too much into the breeze, overplaying, catching the top of the racket.
Yeah, very solid tennis from James. Love to know the unforced error count here. He's hardly put a foot wrong in the last 30 minutes, making a lot of returns. He's getting that depth that we were talking about, solid off both wings, moving well, good mindset, very impressive from the young WA star. Oh, what a volley.
Love that play. Serve and volleying, just a nice flat out to the backhand wing of James Newton, then coming in and punching that forehand cross court, and that's better. Better, you spoke about it, the mind goes where the, what was the term you used? The body goes where the mind leads it.
That's right.
And I saw some real positivity in that point. So he regrouped, he thought about it, Rhys Johnson, and he put it into action.
Yeah, great point there from Rhys.
Lovely.
Just Just a real highlight of this match has been James Newton's return of serve. The amount of times he's put a return right at the shoelaces, and he's done that 1-2 punch where he's made the return, forced Rhys into a half volley or to volley up, and then he's done the passing shot. So really well done there. Start calling him Mini Novak. And there he goes again, another good return. And the pressure builds up. He got the cheap mistake, and he has the break of serve, and he's really got a pep in his step as he walks over to the scoreboard and proudly puts up the score, 6-4, 3-love.
As we skip across to Nathan Lim up against Austin Vos on the second court. Austin Vos from Hensman Park won the opening set 6-4. Currently leading 2-1 in the second set. Nathan Lim furthest from the camera, serving down breeze here at Hensman Park Tennis Club. Yeah, beautiful play, smart play. Saw the opportunity, forehand deep to the backhand wing and moved in. He has a solid game, Nathan Lim.
Sure does. There's no weaknesses in his game. Really an all-court player who saw everything there. The great serve, the great forehand line, the good volley. So great point. He's carrying a little bit of a back injury, so he's just lost a little bit of power on his serve.
Good court coverage, Austin Vos. I thought he might have done himself an injury down here in the backhand wing. He sort of limped as he came off playing that backhand. But the wheels seemed to be okay because he motored down that short drop shot. An easy put away there from Nathan. He just couldn't do that.
A really good point there, and good wheels from Aussie to get up there. Still fit as a fiddle from his college days, but I thought Lemmy had that point after that great drive volley. But as I was saying earlier, he's currently been seeing the physio at the moment because he's had a few issues there with the back. So you see a few of his first serves, he's serving at 3/4 pace. As we move back to James Newton and Rhys Johnson.
James closer to the camera. Dalkeith currently leading Rhys Johnson 6-4 and 3-love in this second set. Beautiful, big leaning forehand down the line. Well, he's a bit frustrated. Something's going on here. I think he's called to play 2. The umpire's been called. A little bit of conjecture out here. Rhys isn't happy. He thinks that that ball didn't impact the point at all. I know there's some confusion out there. I think Rhys might have thought that he called an inaccurate call, but in fact he didn't. Confusion, it was good. Point stands. Rhys Johnson, big forehand winner down the line.
Thanks for the explanation there, Brett, because I missed that. I didn't know what happened now. All I saw was Rhys hit a blistering forehand winner down there. It looks like he got the point. Oh, that's a cheap mistake. Rhys reverting to the forehand chip return again. So, love 30. See what James comes up with here. Really wants to keep his foot on the pedal here and not let Rhys back into this match.
Still, he's with 2 service breaks at the moment in the second set after winning the first set, James Newton. But still, you don't want to give your opponent another look. Don't give him any energy.
That's right. And James has won 8 games on the trot, but a player as good as Rhys, you give them one little opportunity and they'll take it. So you don't want to give them the chance.
Overplaying that, you can see the yes. Rhys not going away. Overplaying that forehand deep there. Young James Newton finds himself down 3 break points in this 4th game of the second set. Currently leading 6-4. And with 2 service breaks in the second set, 3-love. But you made the point, you don't want to give your opposition any chances, any sniff to get back into this match, Tommy George.
No, especially someone NCAA champion like Rhys, they'll take it. And he does, and he gives the huge fist pump. Crowd goes bananas. So The scoreboard shows 6-4-3-1, but I think that was a big moment in this match. I think we'll see a big momentum shift here. Rhys is up and about now. The crowd's going nuts.
Unusual to see James. It was the second time he served and volleying throughout this match, and served and volleyed at that love 40 mark. And probably not the right time to do it. Probably just want to settle into what you're comfortable doing. Just get back into that game.
That's right. Stick with what's the winning plays, but.
Lovely hands from Rhys Johnson. You can hear James just saying a little bit frustrated after dropping that serve, but he got the wheels there. The motor's good. He can certainly run down all shots across the court. Just need to control that drop shot a little bit better.
Yes, again he got there in plenty of time, showing his fast wheels around the court, Jimmy Newton.
Beautifully constructed point. You're getting excited here, Tommy George, to see that sort of play. Move forward, great aerial skills, high forehand volley, not easy to execute, and particularly with that breeze coming into your face. But gee whiz, he hit that incredibly well. Seeing the emergence of a young star here, we might need to nickname him Jimmy Neutron because of his quicks around the court.
Funny you say that, because plenty of people do call him Jimmy Neutron.
There you go.
Including his coach, Brad Dyer. He loves calling him Neutron.
After the cartoon character who could get from point A to point B quite quickly. Lovely. 3 metres back behind the baseline, able to get that ball dipping down to the incoming Johnson. Great control, that top hand. Be quite strong with that left hand in the double hander to get that ball dipping down from that far back in the court, Tommy.
Yeah, very strong there. His top hand is strong on the backhand, so I'd be guessing back in the days that Junior would have done a lot of left-hand forehands there to get that top hand nice and strong, but he's got a world-class backhand, that's for sure.
He comes back with a beautiful flat and wide serve into the backhand wing of James Newton. Seeing some of the other players just warming up courtside. S.Webster, the #1 player, MVP from Dalkeith Tennis Club, just doing his stretches. He's anticipating that his teammate here will close this match out in straight sets. Just tell him to hold his horses, Tommy George.
It's never over in tennis.
And again, a little bit of a let cord there, just dropping over, and Rhys Johnson couldn't control it. He tried to really jackknife that backhand. Probably just need to float it with the breeze and get himself into a nice volleying position. You don't need to hit that winner. Just set yourself up, make your opponent pass you, Tommy.
That's right. Just place it deep in the corner, close the net, play the high percentage play. Brett Patten style, 9 state league titles. Thank you very much.
Big serve down the tee. Hard to win the state league titles too, Tommy George.
That's right. That's why they've got the passion out there today. They want their name on that prestigious shield. Big serve there from Rhys, showing his class. He's lifted his level here the last 5 minutes, so credit to Rhys staying in there.
You can see James really 3 metres behind the baseline on that first serve. Now moves up half a metre behind the baseline for a second serve return. Oh, great play, and the racket's gone from James Newton. Frustrations are creeping into both of these players' game at the moment. We saw Rhys Johnson just throw his racket, bounce his racket, get a warning. On that occasion, James Newton, just in frustration, he made a lot of court coverage, thought he had the passing shot on that backhand, but the quick hands from Rhys Johnson as he takes a bit of a breather at the back of the court. The conditioning probably not where it needs to be right about now for Rhys Johnson. He's been studying. Yeah, probably doing 40 hours of study every week, and that hasn't played out the way he wanted to on the court today.
I'm sure he is, because Rhys is very bright. He whether it's law or medicine, law. He's incredibly bright guy.
Big serve, nice serve. Second serve down the tee, just sliding away from the incoming Newton. That's game. Still holds a service break, James Newton, leading by a set and 3 games to 2. But you can see the frustration creeping in. I mean, this end is a little bit tricky into the breeze as we skip across to court number 2. Nathan Lim up against Austin Vos. Lim closest to the camera from Dalkeith. You can see him just holding serve there. Austin Vos currently leading by set and 4 games to 3. The change of ends are almost in sync, these 2 courts at the moment. Going to welcome to the commentary booth Shane Smedley. Shane will be joining us, former World over 55s doubles runner-up. As we welcome in Shane Smedley, welcome to the broadcast. First time for you today for the State League, and what have you enjoyed seeing out here in the stages that you've watched?
Yeah, thanks, Brett. Thanks for the invitation to be here. It's been something. It's an eye-opener for me to sort of see all these young kids out there playing. I don't remember seeing so many young boys and young girls out there playing State League. I was here a couple of weeks ago watching the Hensman Park Women's State League, and it was same sort of thing. And whether it's symptomatic of playing on hard courts, whether it's symptomatic of the game today, but it's fabulous. Yeah, really enjoying it.
Well, welcome to the commentary booth. We're just singing your praises. World over 55 doubles runner-ups a couple of years ago at on clay in Germany.
Oh, you're a gentleman. You're a gentleman.
You're a different age bracket now.
I certainly am.
As we cut back to James Newton serving a set in 3-2 from Dalkeith against Rhys Johnson from Hensman Park. Blustery conditions. Nice serve down the tee into that left hip of Rhys Johnson. What do you know about Rhys? You would have seen a bit of Rhys. I mean, your experience in WA tennis is long, and you set up the Applecross tennis program, which is effectively the greatest or the best tennis program in the country. You would have had a lot of time with a lot of the juniors over the last 20 odd years.
Yeah, I did. I think from memory, Rhys wasn't there when I was there. I'd left by that stage, but Rhys came through the Applecross program and obviously went to college in the States and had a very highly credentialed doubles career, I believe, in the States. Number one in the US in the college system, I think. So, but I do remember he had problems with his hips as well, and that's probably sort of slowed him down a bit. Doesn't look as sharp today as young James Newton. James. It looks like a clone of Djokovic, to be honest.
He does. He plays incredibly well. Great wheels, James Newton, furthest from the camera, serving for Dalkeith. And we mentioned that James has been playing the volume of matches James have had compared to Rhys over the last few weeks is probably telling at this stage of the match.
Yeah, I think from what I've seen of Rhys, he doesn't look as sharp as I've seen him in the past. He's obviously it's a bit very early on in the season, and he's probably finding his way, whereas the young fella's probably a little bit more motivated early on the season to establish himself and get off to a good start. But he moves beautifully, James, doesn't he?
Certainly does, serving, leading by a set and 3 games to 2. Overplaying that first serve. Breeze is still swirling around. Yeah, lovely 1-2 punch. That slice backhand down the line and then opening up the backhand wing. What do you like about the play from young James Newton? What have you admired about his game so far?
Well, I think he moves beautifully. He's a great mover. Hits the ball very, very hard. Looks like he can play an all-court game. But I'll tell you one thing: I don't think Rhys can beat him the way he's playing now. You know, Rhys has got to get off the base and start changing the game a bit, I think.
Words of Shane Smedley, former world over 55 doubles runner-up. Just pushing that return wide. We saw Rhys early stages of this match, Shane. He came out, he was serving and volleying, he was changing his pace, he was being more aggressive, and to your point, he's been sort of lulled into a false sense of security from the back of the court, thinking he can match it with James, and he just can't. He needs to change his game style around, give James a look at different paces, and probably be a bit more aggressive, try to throw the serve and volley in a little bit more. Beautifully played.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think whether it's complacency, whether it's lack of fitness, whether it's a lack of confidence in his net play, but he is trying to match it with the young boy up the other end. But James has got all the answers at the moment. I think the longer the rally goes, the more I fancy James for every point.
It's been incredibly difficult this set to hold serve closest to the camera into the teeth of the breeze, and we're seeing that again. Rhys Johnson here finds himself down love 30, a little bit frustrated. You can hear him talking to himself, going back just to grab another ball and towel himself off.
You know, the thing is, when these boys are hitting with a heavy topspin they are on their second serve, it tends to stall into the breeze and it sits up there. Serving downwind with the topspinner, it's going to get very, very high on you, but into the breeze it sits there. And that's the problem he's having. So, probably better off going a bit more slice, taking the ball away from him a bit more, I think. Good
sliding serve there, to your point. Just took the pace off that first serve. Took James out wide to the forehand wing, to the juice court. James had a good look at it, but just couldn't call it out. Caught the line.
I think, what's James? Year 11, is he? 16, 17? Yeah. So he's got a pretty good. He's starting to get a little bit frustrated, but he seems like he's got a pretty good head on his shoulders.
Comes from a great family. His father, Phil, spent a bit of time in the country up in Meekatharra, played a bit of tennis in Geraldton.
Oh, that's
geologist
your neck of the woods,
my neck of the woods. We'd like to claim James Newton as one of our owners, in fact. Nice.
Yeah, well, you claimed Josh Kennedy, didn't you, from the Eagles, didn't you? Isn't Kennedy from that way? Who's the Eagles?
Paul Hazelby, Kennedy, Paul, the Anthony brothers.
You got a few.
There's plenty of great footballers. Paddy Cripps from Carlton, captain.
Okay.
Great talent coming out of the Midwest, and we'd love to see more talent in the tennis ranks come out of the Midwest, such as the depth of great young athletes.
Well, if you keep on the path that you're on and developing regional tennis, I think Tennis West is pretty well set, aren't they?
Yeah, we'll have a Wimbledon champion in the next 15 years come out of the Midwest.
Who would that be? Who's your big tip?
Just going wide and just smashing that ball up and out. As it goes out of the arena, of course, the umpire will know he didn't. Caught the ball into the breeze. There's a party trick right there.
He's done that before, straight and down.
Oh, there's a lot of great talent. Young Caleb Sewell up in Geraldton, the Midwest, as we see Austin Vos just getting the win over Nathan Lim in straight sets, 6-4, 6-3 to give Hensman Park a 1 rubber to love lead, as he's been congratulated by his teammate Evan. No, it's Ethan Cook.
Evan's not out there.
Ethan Cook just giving the high five to Austin Vos, and it was a well-played, well-constructed match from Austin Vos. Again, we spoke about his talent at the start of the match. Big server, good athlete, 4 years at college in New Orleans, and he's really starting to shine here in the men's state league competition over the last year and a half.
I was looking at Austin out there when I got here, and he reminded me of a young Goran Marijan. You remember Goran? Very lean, big serve, single-handed backhand. Look, very, very similar there. Looks like he's got a nice game. I thought the game was closer than it actually. I thought Limmy was doing pretty well.
Goran Marijan, for those tuning in, is a coach on the women's tour at the moment. Was coaching Harriet Dart from Great Britain Federation Cup or Billie Jean King Cup player. He looked after Nikolai Bashlevelli, top 30 player.
Another boy through the Applecross tennis program.
This guy's returns are Djokovic.
We just heard the words from Rhys Johnson saying that James Newton's returns are very Djokovic-like.
I don't know whether he's been listening to us, because that was a comment we made early on. Very much moves like Djokovic, doesn't he?
He does. He hasn't missed and hasn't put a foot wrong for the best part of the last 40 minutes, James Newton. Starting to get under the skin of his Hensman Park opponent, Rhys Johnson. Nice body serve. Really started to tidy him up and squeezed him on that return and gave himself a nice little come on. He's not giving up, Rhys Johnson. I mean, if anything, what we know about Rhys, and certainly players that come back from US college tennis programs, they never give up. They're always firing themselves up.
Yeah, you're right. The US college players learn that ethic, don't they? That work ethic on court. They have to be to get a spot in their team, hold their spot in their team. And I think he brings that back. I think we see a lot of players who come back bring that back with them.
First serve fault. Overplaying again. That's the first serve he's held into the breeze, his second set, Rhys Johnson.
So he's still down a break though, isn't he?
Still down a break. currently trailing by a set and 4 games to 3. But this will be a real test of the next 15 minutes for James Newton, trying to close this match out. Needs to hold his serve into the breeze, which he failed to do on the last changeover.
Yeah, he's going to have to do something a little bit different, I think, because he's this is the end the boys are struggling on, and so he's going to have to look at maybe something a little bit different. Take a bit of speed off the ball, hit the ball a little bit more slice and move the ball away from him, because he did struggle last time. He was pretty disappointed when he dropped his serve last time up a break. So
certainly was. We're seeing the change of ends. You're seeing Evan Manso sitting alongside Rhys Johnson. Evan's the captain, co-captain of the men's state league side here at Hensman Park, alongside Rhys Johnson. They're just having a few words.
Will Evan play today, do you think?
Evan will play doubles, I understand.
Doubles,
He's a doubles specialist, very good doubles player, Evan Manso.
So Evan is a student at Curtin University and played in our winter varsity team, was looking to go to our nationals team. He plays a nice game of singles, but certainly great hands for a game of doubles. So very good touch, moves really well. So it'd be great to see him out there today as well.
Evan Manso in the black vest and the white hat. He was a protege out of Alexander Park and Mount Lawley.
Oh, you'd know him then? Yeah.
Very well. Quite the colourful character. Loves tennis, loves getting around his teammates and imparting some of his coaching wisdom.
I'd say a nice, healthy crowd here. Not a big crowd.
Big crowd. It's a very big crowd, Shane.
Yeah, but then we've also got. Don't forget, we've got other league matches being played at the same time.
We do.
So we've got Divi 1, Divi 2, and most of the clubs, particularly a club like Hensman, has many teams in many divisions. One of our strongest clubs in WA, and having a mixture of both hard and grass courts gives them a lot for everybody.
Words of Shane Smedley. Big first serve there. You can see the importance of this game
so he's got
for both players. Rhys Johnson just saying, make that shot. Don't give him any free or cheap points.
So he's got the first one out of the way. He needs 3 more, doesn't he? Then he's on his way, I think.
Easier said than done. First serve. You can hear that point, what it meant to young James Newton.
That was lazy.
He just was stuck at the back of the court there, didn't move his feet. You can see Rhys Johnson, top of the camera, just starting to suck in the big, deep breaths. Again, the conditioning's probably not where he needs it to be, but gee whiz, great counter-punching from James Newton.
Yeah, I think Rhys is aware that he's got to change his game, so he's hitting with more loop now, and he's hitting with greater clearance over the net, which is keeping him on the point longer. But that was a lazy slice backhand to finish that point, wasn't it? Yeah, just not doing the work at the moment.
Words of Shane Smedley. I don't know if I'd call it lazy, but I'd think just probably lack of conditioning. But anyway, I'll let you have that argument with Rhys when he comes off the court. Shane Smedley, James Newton, currently serving 4 games to 3, up a set, 40 love. Struggle down this end, last at serve. He knows if he can hold here into the teeth of the breeze, he's a good chance to serve out the match at the far end.
He's well set, isn't he? He knows the importance of this game. He's won the first 3. He's got to get across the line this one here, and he's on his way, I think. And the last thing Rhys wants to do is give away a love games down breeze. So.
There it is. Hold a serve to love. 5 games to 3. Second set, only 5 or 10 minutes away, he would like to think, for closing out this match and squaring the tie between Dalkeith and Hensman Park.
Yeah, that's a poor game. That's a poor game. He missed 2 first ball returner serves, a nice easy slice back, and he missed a poor game down breeze when the game's so important. You'll know that.
No doubt you'll tell him when he comes off court too, Shane. No one speaks more truth than you. Serving, Rhys Johnson from Hensman Park. Currently down 3 games to 5. Must hold serve to stay in this match. Force his opponent to serve it out.
Ooh.
He does like to lean on that off forehand.
He does,
overplayed that on that occasion, but yeah, I do like the aggressive nature by which he's taking it up to Rhys into the breeze.
Probably just pressing a bit hard, I think, wasn't it? The ball was getting really high on him. It was head-height when he tried to hit that off forehand. But he wants this game, doesn't he? He doesn't have to serve it out.
He's a young athlete, 16 years of age.
I like the look of the uniforms with their names on the back. I think that's great for visitors to the club and people who aren't familiar with the players at State League. I think it's a really good touch.
James Newton, closest to the camera from Dalkeith Dolphins. They've been called the Dolphins for the best part of about 6 or 7 years.
They weren't called the Dolphins when you were there, Patsy. I've called a lot of things, but not the Dolphins.
Could be the last we hear of Shane Smedley. First up start's not great, but in case.
Well, someone's just got to put you back in your spot now and again, Patsy, I think.
So watching Rhys Johnson, furthest from the camera from Hensman Park, currently trailing by a set and a break. Trying to hold serve with the breeze against James Newton from Dalkeith.
We've got the other two boys warming up on court too as we speak.
Lovely hands from Rhys Johnson. I mean, shows his skills around the net, and that's what we would like to think that he'd add to his game in this late stage of the second set. If he's to get back into the match, he needs to be more aggressive, move forward, and give young James Newton a different look.
And when you think that he's highly credentialed as a doubles player, you'd think his short court game would be pretty good. And we saw it then. I tell you what, there was no backward step from James Newton. Though. He wanted that point, didn't he? He was going hard at it. That's a great shot. Yeah, that's all Djokovic, isn't it?
It is.
What a defensive play then. Defence into offence, just like that.
Right into play from into the nice lob into the teeth of the breeze. He really threw it up and over Rhys's head, and Rhys turned and said, "Gee whiz, what do I need to do?"
Well, I thought his approach shot was pretty good. Was within probably 30 centimetres of the baseline. Had some real zip on it, and lost the point.
Yeah, lovely play, James Newton. You can see with that point mentoring, really.
You could hear it, couldn't you? You could hear it. He's in his face now.
Match point, James Newton. He'd like to close it out right here, as you made mention, Shane. He
you
doesn't
can
want
see
to serve it out.
You can see the finish line, can't he?
He can indeed. Gives himself a little come on, a little gear up. He knows the importance of this point here. See what Rhys Johnson can do. Needs to pull out a big serve.
So for a boy, he's pretty slight of build. He creates great ball speed, doesn't he?
If you don't mind.
That's a great shot.
Absolute half volley of the match. James Newton right in front of us. Couldn't believe what he just saw.
There was a wry smile from Rhys too. Rhys knew he got away with something there, I think.
That was on match point to come up with a half volley that is just world class. At that time, let's just see if that could be the turning point in this match.
He knew he got away with something, didn't he, Rhys?
And the big punch down the middle.
You just got to nod it off and say, too good, move on.
Doesn't take much to turn a match though, Shane. You'd know that. I've seen you come undone at certain stages of matches when you thought you had the match in your bag. It's all play between the ears.
Yep. Sometimes there's not a lot. There's too much going on between the ears, isn't there?
Overthinking. I think thinking's a player's worst enemy. Great return there from James Newton.
Yeah, good counter punch there. This is a big point for him now, though. Rhys is certainly taking his time and gathering himself at this point. He wants a big, deep first serve. It doesn't have to be big. It's got to be deep. Get up nice and high. Well, he took place.
He was looking to slide it out to the forehand wing of James Newton. Second serve, juice. And a beautiful passing shot down the line. James just asking the question.
Tough. That's tough. Rhys played a great point. He had a play. He was all over that volley and chose to let it go, but it just dipped into that breeze there.
Second match point for James Newton here. Currently leading by a set, 5 games to 3.
Yeah, I think you'll find Rhys. He's got to get this first serve in, so he's going to have to try and kick it up, get it up nice and high. Ideally to the 200 backhand of Newton, I think. He's gone big middle. Pay the price for that.
Overplayed down the tee. Good deep second serve, catching the top of the tape, dropping back on James's side.
Dead snake. That could have been match point then.
That was match point.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Again, back on juice, second juice of this game.
You see Rhys gathering himself again, taking some big breaths now. He's living on that second serve at the moment. He hasn't made a first serve in that big points here. He's got to make a first serve here. Then on the first serve, he has another chance at it.
Breeze swirling, starting to pick up a little bit too, this breeze.
It looked like he took a bit of speed off that one, which he has to do.
Ball just coming across, just holding up play. Again, juice.
Yeah, it's getting a bit gusty, isn't it? Yeah.
See that in the ball toss.
Just on cue, yeah. Thank you, Rhys. Missed his first serve again.
Nice second serve. Deep second serve. James Newton tried to take it early. I did like that aggressive nature of the play, but just caught the actual backhand a little too late.
Yeah, I like what Rhys did. I thought he hit a lot of spin on that second serve. Got it deep, which he's aiming for, and it started climbing on his backhand. James Newton knew that, so he had to he tried to take it early, but shanked it off the throat of the racket.
James, about 3 metres behind the baseline, looking to return.
Yeah, well done, Rhys. Well done.
And the racket goes. He shouldn't be too upset with himself. That's not the time to be bouncing your racket when you're set and looking to serve for this match.
No, I've seen a lot of people bounce rackets for less than that.
If I was his coach, I'd be just settling him down at the change of ends. Just you're up a cert and a break. Calm yourself. Yet you gave away 2 match points, but they were too good.
Yeah, I think
Rhys played 2 tight points at the break point situations, and you just got to put that behind you now.
I think he'd be disappointed he didn't close the match out with those 2 break points, but I think he played a really good competitive game. He didn't give the game away, and so now Rhys has got a chance to rebuild and put some pressure on young James, and we'll see if James is good enough serving down Breeze.
James currently at the change of ends, leading by a set and 5 games to 4. We sneak across to the top court. Ethan Cook serving furthest from the camera against Ollie Henderson. Ethan Cook, Hensman Park. Runner up in the Nate Timms AMT tournament only a week and a half ago. Lost to Tim Gray from UWA, so he comes into this match in really good form. Yeah, serving with the orange racket.
I was looking at the buys of most of the guys, and they've all come with pretty good records. You know, the first 3 games of the season. What's this, the 3rd game of the season?
Round 4.
Round 4, so they've played 3. And
I can see you've done your homework.
Yeah, I have, and thanks very much for that. And they all come in with pretty good win-loss records at the start of the season. And you'd probably expect that from probably 2 of the top teams in the competition too, wouldn't you?
James Newton now, top court, serving for the match. Currently leading by a set and 5 games to 4. Break in hand. And catches the top of the tape. You can see Rhys just pumping himself up.
That was tight. That was tight.
That's probably the lack of high quality matches, serving out against quality players. That does come into the mindset.
Oh, it does, yeah. Rhys is certainly a highly credentialed player, and to get the scalp, you'd be thinking about it.
First serve fault. Deep second serve. And puts away with some pace and precision there from James Newton. I like that point. A lot more aggressive, a lot more confident.
But you know what? He was patient and he built the point up, didn't he? And came in on the short ball and made no mistake at all.
15 all. Got away with that first point just a little bit. A few nerves creeping in at the start of this 10th game of the second set, trying to close out the match to bring Dalkeith and Hensman Park back on parity after we saw Austin Vos from Hensman Park defeat Nathan Lim from Dalkeith in the opening match of this tie. 15 all.
Big point here.
Good serve down the tee. You can hear the enthusiasm, the big come on from James Newton.
I've been out of the game for a while. How long has Stately been doing without chair umpires and lines people. Do they just have a roving ref now, do they? Is that what they do?
Yeah, no linesmen, no umpires. Finals they will. Have the full complement.
Yes.
Shout out to Jill Sheridan, who's head of officials at Tennis West. Does a wonderful job training all the officials and umpires. Second serve, overplayed, 30 all.
And I remember working with Jill, and Jill had tremendous respect of all the players,
Still
didn't
does.
she? Yeah, still has.
Still does. Yep. 30 all. Again, just going to the towel, James Newton, furthest from the camera. This is a very big service point. Early stage of this State League competition. Big serve out wide. And there it goes. Lovely. Took the pace off that. Brave serve. Swinging it wide to the juice court. Gives himself his 3rd match point against Rhys Johnson.
And serving out to the forehand's always a gamble, isn't it? But he got it wide enough. Is he going to go big here, or is he going to get the ball in?
I think he'll take a bit of pace off it. There's a little bit of pace, went down the tee.
Yeah.
I think he might change it up. He might go flat and wide and really just sit on that forehand, hoping to get a short mid-court ball to put away cross-court. Match point, James Newton. He went after it. No, called it long. He thought it was, hoping it was in.
Ooh,
Rhys called it.
tight,
Rhys Johnson
tight,
called it long.
Tight.
Overplays. There's a little bit of nerves creeping into the young man's game.
Yeah. I mean, he probably thought he'd won the point with that first serve. It was a beauty, just wide, and he's just overpressed on that second serve.
3rd match point gone begging. Back to juice. Been on court for just shy of 100 minutes.
Starts to creep into your thinking, doesn't it?
Again, just holding up play. Ball's come across from the other court.
It's not a bad thing for James just to resettle the game, calm himself down. Well, that's just too good.
That's the 1-2. He's been living off that first serve down the tee and then leaning in on that mid-court forehand all afternoon. Finds himself again 4th match point of the afternoon for James Newton from Dalkeith Tennis Club.
You might see him go big flat wide again, because he only just missed that a minute ago. You might pull the trigger on that one again. Mate, it's gone flat middle.
Wide.
What do I know?
And there it is, just overplaying the backhand down the line, much to the delight of James Newton as he walks to the net, takes the hat off, as is customary nowadays.
And the
A warm embrace at the net by the 2 players. So that ties up the tie today between Dalkeith and Hensman Park. 1 rubber apiece, just repeating the scores from earlier. We had Austin Vos from Hensman Park defeat Nathan Lim 6-4, 6-4, and we've just seen James Newton from Dalkeith defeat Rhys Johnson 6-4, 6-4 in what was a really entertaining number 2 singles here, and that potentially may be the real sealer for Dalkeith today.
Well, that's an early call at 1-1. Hey, I think the crowd warmly received that match, didn't they? They really enjoyed it. You could hear by the applause after the game. They really enjoyed that.
Indeed we did, as we skip across to court number 2, watching Ethan Cook, further closest to the camera, up against Ollie Henderson, the captain of Dalkeith Tennis Club, on serve. Early stages of this first set. Ollie Henderson, promising football player for Claremont. Played a number of Colts and reserves matches, and he decided to move away from football and concentrate on tennis.
Looks like a midfielder, was he?
He was a midfielder,
Yeah.
just to rack up the possessions for Claremont Footy
looks
Club.
like he's a big, strong boy.
Ethan Cook with the bright orange head racket, serving closest to the camera. Next match I'm looking forward to witnessing is Matthew Burton up against Scotty Webster, number 1 players for both Hensman and Dalkeith. Both very good friends as we see them.
So Matthew Burton is Ash's boy.
Ashley Burton's son.
Yes. Ashley was a stalwart of State League
Was
Hensman
indeed.
for many, many years.
Yep. He won the State League for Hensman Park back in the 91-92 season alongside the likes of Mark Ilawati and Peter Gerrans. Keith Begley might have been in that mix as well.
Napier.
Colin Napier was there. Mark Torrey.
Right, Tory.
Some of the greats from WA tennis 20 plus years ago. And
And they're all still playing.
Matthew Burton is a terrific player. He's the eldest son of Ash, and he's got a younger brother called Cam, who's part of the under-14 state team. And Hayley Burton, of course, was the captain of the Hensman Park women's winning state league side from last year. So a prodigious talent. Of course, Rod Burton, which is the grandfather, he was a terrific player as well. Still plays tennis down at North Beach Tennis Club. As we're just witnessing Matthew Burton closest to the camera, up against Scotty Webster, last year's MVP for Dalkeith.
Remember Rob Burton used to play doubles with Bruce Elliott, didn't he? And Dave Hatt.
He did.
And that was the group they used to play with all the time.
So welcome back to the commentary booth. Tennis Australia's Academy High Performance Manager, Tommy George.
Thanks very much, Brett. It's perfect timing here with the rubbers 1-1, and I'm very excited for this #1 singles clash between Matty Burton and the reigning MVP, Scotty Webster. So I'm very excited. How are you enjoying the action this afternoon, Shane?
It's been great. It's been great to see how the game's evolved. It's when State League was played years ago, it was all on grass. So it was none of the teams were allowed that. Actually, I think there was one team, Sorrento, had a hard court State League team, but everybody else played on grass, and they played on grass because that was the preferred surface at the time of that generation. But it seems to be now a lot of the State League games are being played on hard court nowadays. And I think it certainly is conducive to player development, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, that's right, Shane. It's most of the professional circuit matches are played on hard courts and clay courts now. There were really only Wimbledon, Queens and Halle and a couple other natural grass court tournaments. But I must say I do love the history of WA and these big historic clubs with the natural grass courts, and they're probably the best tennis clubs anywhere in the world, and I do enjoy the State League matches played on natural grass and keeping with that tradition. What about yourself?
Yeah, well, I mean, fellow commentator Brett Patten here, you fondly remember his last State League match at Cottesloe when he won the grand final there on State League there, playing on grass out of Cottesloe. He beat Kurt Robinson's young boy Jake in the final there, and I mean, there were a lot of tremendous tennis players grew up on the grass, but of course the game's changed. Australian Open at one time used to be played on grass, and now because we've only got one Grand Slam on grass, it probably reflects the amount of tennis being played on grass around the world. You see very little of it other than straight after the French, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Referring back to Kooyong and playing on natural grass, and what's your favourite surface to play on?
Well, I always liked the grass because it was all about serve and volley, chip charge, and the last thing I wanted to do is to be in a long point when you're 6'3" and 100 kilos. The last thing you ought to be doing is playing on a hard court like these boys just did a minute ago, and movement just becomes so important. And on a grass court, you can get away with it because you can pretty much play through the middle third, and you can get away with a lot of stuff. But on a hard court, nowhere to hide out there. There's even less to hide in a clay court.
That's exactly right. And what were your impressions there from that #2 singles match? I thought James Newton was very impressive in that win there.
Yeah, I don't know much about James, but obviously know a lot more about Rhys. Rhys being a little bit older, but it was clear to see that Rhys was a little bit underdone.
Yes.
He was sitting down on the retaining wall at the back there a few times when he was serving down breeze. He was trying to get some air in. He looked a bit short of a run as far as his match sharpness went. Made a few unforced errors, a few more than he normally make. But it looked like young James came to play, had a chance to get a scalp, and he played accordingly. And of course, a lot of the guys who prepare themselves better than the guys that don't do the work in the pre-season, they see the early part of the season as a real opportunity to sort of make a statement and get some really good wins under their belt, and that's exactly what he's done.
That's right. You can see that happen every Australian summer. The players that put in the hard yards over Christmas notoriously do very well at the Australian Open. We'll turn our attention now to Ollie Henderson serving against Ethan Cook. Oh, just wide there from Ethan. A good point from Ollie Henderson, who's had some big scalps in men's state leagues over the last couple of years. A very solid player, so this should be a great match.
And of the boys out here now, who's the highest credential? Who's would you say? It's Matty Burton.
Yeah, so they're both teams incredibly strong lineups. Looking at Ethan Cook out here, who's made a semi-finals of the Nationals at the December Showdown in Melbourne, under-16s, a couple years ago. Unfortunately, the Showdown was cancelled this year, but he would have been a shot to win the 18s Nationals along with Matty Burton.
Wow.
They're two of the top juniors in Australia for that age group. Also, James Newton is 2004 birth year. He's made a final of a grass court national, so he's one of the best 04s in the country. So really a lot of them are very strong, and then you see the contrast with the older, more experienced players with Austin Vos and Rhys Johnson, who were top quality college players. So
yes.
Yeah, a lot of young talent coming through there that I think they'll do very well over the next few years with Ethan Cook and Matty Burton and Jimmy Neutron.
I think you can see why Tennis Australia values your contribution so highly, Tom. I mean, from my memory, I don't think we've ever had such a rich array of both male and female juniors. And I think Brett was talking the other day about we've probably got 3 of the best junior girls in Australia, in WA. Had the privilege to watch Lily Fairclough playing State League about 3 weeks ago. She was a very, very impressive athlete, and there's 2 more, I believe. Who are they?
Yeah, there's a number of top female juniors coming through. Lily Fairclough is one of them, made semis of 2 nationals, won a few ITFs. There's Talia Gibson, Taylor Preston, Jessie Cully, Chanel Iacone, Ria Makassar, the list goes on, and they're really trying to emulate Astra Sharma, Maddie Inglis, and Storm
Sanders now, yeah.
We see good first point there from Matty Burton with a winning smash, but yes, Storm Sanders, she played well at the Billie Jean King Cup. Unfortunately, Australia bowed out in the semi-finals.
Yeah, saw that this morning.
Early in the morning, but she had a couple incredible wins there. She's beaten a world top 20 player a couple of days ago. So, yeah, exciting things to come from Storm.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that long ago she was playing State League.
Yes.
And of course, I believe one of the ones I had a lot of time for as an athlete and as a tennis player was Astra Sharma. Very, very impressed. Very, very impressed with her development. I saw her in her development stages when she was working with Michael Robertson.
Yes.
Michael was the CEO at Tennis West for a number of years, and he was working with both Ashwin and Astra. And but it struck me that Astra had such a beautiful game, full court, all court game, and moved just as well. And it's a shame to see her miss that Billie Jean King Cup because of injury, I believe. But she hurt some ribs or something.
That's exactly right. She was selected in the team to go and play, and obviously would have been playing a lot of those matches, singles and doubles. But yeah, has a rib injury, so she's just completed quarantine, and she's back in Perth now. So she'll do some training before the Australian Open and summer of tennis. But great first game there from Matty Burton, and
yes.
you had a lot to do with Astra Applecrosses, I believe.
Yeah. So again, she came in just as I left. The last athlete that came in just as I was finishing up was Bryden Klein.
Yes.
Bryden came through, and Bryden obviously, I think from memory, he won Australian Juniors, didn't he? I'm sure he won Australian Juniors, and he ended up going to England for a while, and now he's back on the East Coast and running a coaching program over there. But,
yes, that's right. Yeah, he's based in Canberra now and doing a great job there with a number of juniors. He's actually in France at the moment, travelling around with Charlie Camus, who's just won a couple under-18 ITFs in France. So he's doing a great job with some of Australia's top juniors there.
Yeah, funnily enough, Bryden reached out to me not long ago, wanting a bit of help, trying to sort of set up a similar sort of program that we had at Applecross, and he sort of wanted a few ideas, and he was trying to get past that stage of trying to get enough of a critical mass that more and more players wanted to then come across and join him as well. And the hardest thing when you're trying to set up a program is you've got to get the first three through the door. Once they come through the door, then other players follow them. But to get the first few to take a leap of faith, and we did that. And so he was in the process of doing that as well. But he was a tremendously talented athlete. His brother Jeremy went through the tennis program as well. I don't think I don't know if Jeremy's still playing or not, but a shout out to you, Jeremy, if you're out there. Spider, as we used to be known.
Okay, we have S.Webster serving. We've got a nice close-in action shot here.
That's a lot bigger serve than I remember from Scott. Someone's done some work on his serve.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you're right. Good kick serve there and big forehand there to win the point. So, yes, he's a very diligent, hard worker, Scotty Webster. He number of years travelling with John Pearce.
Oh wow! Great role model for him, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And he trains out at the State Tennis Centre every day. He does a couple of hours in the senior squad there, and he does the gym, works very hard. I know listening out there currently in Melbourne is his girlfriend, Gabby De Silva Fix. So shout out to Gabby, who's a professional in her own right. So hope you're enjoying the coverage, Gabby.
So what's the, from a high performance point of view, what's the recipe, if you like, to create a player nowadays? What are high performance coaches and talent ID people looking for in a player now? And what's the prototype, if you like, for a high performance athlete now?
Yes, so it's a great question, Shane. So when I was younger, growing up, a lot of the talent ID was on physical features and weapon development and technique, but I think a lot of the world-class coaches have thrown that out the door now, and really everything comes back to the personal qualities of the athletes. The juniors that give 100% effort, they're early for training, they do their stretching, they eat well, they're early to bed, and they're the ones that always come through. So that's what we really look for. Our values at the National Development Squads of competitive, coachable and committed. We really look for the players that are coachable and work hard, and they're always the ones that end up coming through regardless of body size or technique or opportunities or talent. So I think that's really shifted, and you really look for those workhorses.
So it's commitment, it's sacrifice, it's
Yes.
Alex de Minaur now.
Exactly, and you talked about Astra Sharma and Storm Sanders, and really looking for young athletes to emulate their work ethic and their passion, and they train the house down. You mentioned about Astra's physical features. Well, no surprise, she's in the gym 2-3 hours every single day. So yeah, just really looking for that next generation to be like Alex de Minaur and Astra and Storm and Ash Barty, and we've got some great role models in WA and Australia.
And how do you coach the mental side of the game? How do you hope that someone comes to the top, someone who demonstrates that, never give up, mental strength, mental toughness, be able to play the same point, the first point is the last point? Do you just sort of hope that they come to the top of the tree, or do you actually coach for that as well?
Yeah, so we're fortunate at the National Academy. We have a great sports psychologist, Heather McGregor-Bain, who really does all the specific work on sports psychology with the athletes. So she does a great job and does group sessions and individual sessions. So shout out to Heather. But we also do some stuff on court in our squads as well, where we, routines in between points, positive self-talk, what they do before and after matches, their mental preparation. So, we do as much as possible, but when it gets very specific, we leave that for the experts.
Okay.
Just wide there from Maddie Burton. Good kicker out wide though to set up the short ball. Did the right thing there, just execution lacked there with the wide shot.
Yeah, I think this match is slowly building, isn't it? Slowly building its intensity. It's not nowhere near the first game that we saw, but I think it's getting there. crowd's certainly not behind it like they were in that first game yet.
Just wide, but what a rally. Some good strong hitting from both boys. Very strong topspin backends exchange in there. But I think we'll see more of that throughout this afternoon. But yeah, the crowd really got behind that number 2 singles match before, didn't they?
Did, yeah. How often do you see that when you're in a baseline rally and player are going toe-to-toe, baseline, and someone drops a short ball in because they just know they can't keep on going where they're going. They've got to try and change it up. But it's not a natural instinct for most of these players, is to hit that drop shot like that.
That was an interesting play there from Scotty before, well behind the baseline, high risk.
High risk, low percentage.
Yeah, very low percentage.
So you're finding that most of the players being developed in Australia at the moment are very heavy off the baseline.
Yes.
Because from what I'm seeing in the juniors and what I'm seeing in the men and the younger men particularly, it's all about strength off the baseline, ability to be able to counter punch and movement around the back court. Seeing very, very few guys other than Sits, Pass and these sort of guys who are actually playing an all-court game. You see many of the juniors trying to play an all-court game?
Yeah, not many, to be honest, Shane. You're exactly right. Most players would identify as aggressive baseliners or counter punchers now. The true serve volleyers and the players that are using variety and slice and all court, very rare. But you can see when there is a player that possesses all the shots like an Ash Barty, they can go all the way to the top. So we do still spend a lot of time in development on volleys and coming forward and trying to teach them everything. But I'll just hand it over to the Tennis West CEO, Brett Patten, who's back in the commentary booth, who will be interviewing Austin Vos after a great victory.
Thank you to Tom George, Shane Smedley, stepping out of the commentary booth as we welcome Austin Vos. Congratulations, wonderful victory out there against Nathan Lim in straight sets. How would you summarise your performance this afternoon?
It's a bit rough. It's tough out there in these conditions. Can't really feel it when you're next to this clubhouse, but super windy out there. So I'd say I played all right, but just good to get over the line. Doesn't matter how good you play as long as you win. Now,
your background, you went away and played in New Orleans 3 or 4 years. Yep. The college system over there, you've come back a stronger player, no question about that. How did you find your experience at college?
Oh, I loved it. Probably the best experience I could have chose. I could have gone to uni here, but just to play tennis in a whole different country, meet people from around the world. Like my whole team was from all different countries from around the world. So it was a great experience, different players. Yeah, couldn't ask for anything better.
So the program over there at college, I mean, what did it look like for our viewers? Is it a 5-day-a-week on-court program as well as studies, or is it broken up, 2 or 3 sessions a week? How do they actually operate it?
It's different from program to program, I think. For me, we were on court 6 days a week. Only took Sunday off, but about 3 to 4 hours per day of tennis, and then a lot of study. Got to keep up with that, otherwise you can't play.
And what was your study over there? What was your major?
Business administration, and with a minor in human resource management.
There you go.
A very broad one, yeah.
The tennis superstar coming back from New Orleans, and how you've enjoyed playing state league, certainly in the last year and a half that you've been back.
Oh, amazing. I waited probably like 3 years to play because every time it starts I'd be overseas, so just to play for Hensman, probably I reckon the best team atmosphere in the comp, so you've got to go out there, perform and enjoy it. It's just,
absolutely. Good. And no doubt the team to beat this year, Hensman Park, defending champions, back-to-back champions actually. There's been a little bit of a change in personnel this year. Certainly I think you've become a better team than you were in the last couple of years, and some of the other teams that you think will be vying for the championship spots this year.
Oh, for sure, Dalkeith every year. It's very solid. Again, great team chemistry. But I think AP, haven't played them yet. Undefeated, I believe. So they're quite strong, obviously, every year. And There's one more that has it. Oh, Cottesloe. Cottesloe's quite strong with it. Scotty Jones playing one.
And Will Hahn, of course.
And Will Hahn, yeah.
Yeah, great players.
Yeah,
no question about that. The Hensman Park here, what a great club to be playing at in the heart of South Perth. The fans and the club get right behind all their players. Is it a 2-day-a-week training ritual down here?
Oh, it depends. For me and Evan, actually, we play 3 times a week this week, and but as a team, yeah, probably twice. We get around each other and get on the court together, which is good to see.
Enjoying watching Matty Burton out here, your teammate, up against Scotty Webster. I mean, what can you tell us about Matty Burton? He's really come on in the last 2 years with his tennis, hasn't he?
Yeah, for sure. I remember coming back from, I think, my 3rd year in college and just seeing him play. It was just a whole different player. The guy cracks a ball, barely misses a ball in an entire match. Just stronger ever since. Probably, yeah, like you said, 2 years ago. Really good, solid player. Last
year of school up across tennis school. It's one of the best schools in the country for a tennis program, absolutely. And looking forward to seeing the doubles out there. Who are you lining up with? Are you playing doubles?
Yeah, me and Cookie will be at number 1.
Nathan Cook, number 1 doubles. Looking forward to that. Thank you. Well done today. Looking forward to you performing across the season. And we'll keep across more coverage of you through the West Australian newspaper live streaming. Austin Vos, everybody.
Thank you. Appreciate having me.
Austin Vos just stepping out. Had a great win today against Nathan Lim from Dalkeith Tennis Club as we're watching Scotty Webster serving from Dalkeith. Nice touch. Scotty Webster, furthest from the camera. Last year's MVP for Dalkeith Tennis Club. Just waiting for James Newton to come and have a talk to all about his win today against Rhys Johnson. Would have seen that only a matter of 15 or so minutes ago. Wonderful young player James Newton, as we welcome him back for the first time today. He's just taking a seat. James Newton, or we're calling you Jimmy Neutron, mate. I mean, your wheels around the court today were simply exceptional. Well done on your match against Rhys Johnson. I mean, he's a pedigree player, former number 1 NCAA number 1 ranked doubles player in the college system. So, I mean, how did you see your game today? Off to a slow start, but you found your rhythm midway through that first set.
Yeah, no, I struggled with the serve at the start. Like, it was biting a lot, and especially the forehand, he really gets a lot of grip on it. And then I slowly just worked my way, got my forehand going, and especially the movement. I thought my movement was really good today.
No question about that, and we could hear you moving around the court, the squeaking of the wheels there. Boots, you must go through boots every other week, I would imagine. So, I mean, what did you find the conditions? I mean, it was very swirly.
Yes,
I mean, particularly down closest to the camera, there was a lot of wind swirling around, but you did seem to sort of play within yourself. You controlled the spins, you moved really well.
Yeah, I think I just got my margins after I went 4-1 down, just start, putting it away from the lines, and then. But yeah, on that end, definitely with the wind, very tricky. If you make high percentage of first serves, it really helps. So yeah, I just found my margin and got back in the game.
Now today you were all the coverage in the West Australian newspaper. Nice big backhand of yours. Great to see the West Australian publicising the State League and getting it through the live stream here.
Yeah.
Your good mate out here, your good friend Matty Burton is playing against Scotty Webster. I mean, two of the rising stars in WA tennis. Would you like to have gone head to head with Matty today?
Oh, we hit a lot actually. We actually went to Broome together, and he's one of my best mates. So I would have loved to have given him a go. It would have been a really good environment. Yeah, it would have been awesome.
Play a similar style of game. I mean, Matty's game style is he's very much a counter puncher. He's very solid from the back of the court. You're a little bit more dynamic. I think you generate a little bit more pace. You've probably got a few more quicks around the court. But as far as a tennis brain, I think Matty's exceptional tennis talent out there as a thinker on the court.
Yeah, for sure. He's very strategic. He every time we play, he always has something different to come up against me, which is nice. But he counter punches, but he can also, when he gets that onto his backhand, for sure he can rip it, definitely.
Now you're in the paper today. You made mention of your number 1 player, Scotty Webster. Enjoying playing with Scotty. Obviously, he's another great talent in WA tennis and a great mind. And what do you take away from the hits that you actually in the practice sessions that you have with Scotty Webster?
Yeah, I think Scotty, because of his experience at college, he's taught me a lot about the more tactical side of the game. and yeah, every time we hit, we work on new things. And it's really nice to have him around for sure. Yeah.
Now, your father grew up, or he did a service in Meekatharra, I believe, and you played a bit of tournament or a bit of tennis throughout the Midwest. You didn't play any of your juniors in the Midwest. We're not trying to claim you, are we?
No,
Okay.
no, definitely not. No, I think, yeah, he met my mum in Meekatharra actually. So yeah, and he was actually on the tennis court, I think. I don't know.
There
if I
you
got
go.
that right.
Well, there you go. Love does find its
Yeah.
place on the
Yeah.
tennis circuit. There's no doubt about that. Looking forward to your doubles. Who are you playing doubles with this afternoon?
I think I'll be playing with Michael Offerman at
Okay.
No2 Doubles.
The good doctor, Michael Offerman. So looking forward to a great performance this afternoon. Well done again today. Looking forward to following you in the doubles this afternoon.
Great, thank you.
James Newton, Jimmy Neutron, whatever you want to call him. He shows plenty of fleet of foot around the court. One of the great talents coming out of WA tennis at the moment. And looking forward to the doubles coming on. We're going to have a quick chat also. Beautiful court craft there. Maddie Burton, just lovely hands at the front stages of the court there. We're going to have a quick chat to the events and sponsorship lead in Julia Spazzelli.
Hi, Brett.
Now, Jules, we've got you on to talk a little bit about some of the activities, some of the events that are coming up by way of WA Tennis. What are some of the plans? What are some of the events that we've got coming up on the WA Tennis calendar?
Yes, so Brett, we're about to introduce a very exciting partnership between Tennis West and the Magic Coat Foundation. So this is more for our young primary school children, who will be, our mantra is healthy mind, healthy body, healthy behaviour. So we're really focusing on mental health for children as well as their physical health as well, Brett.
Great initiative. We all love the game of tennis, and to be able to provide support for our kids at school, in clubs, in teams, I think it's a wonderful initiative. Well done to you. And I know Michelle Magny, who's head of tennis, have been
Yes.
a big part of putting that initiative together.
She's been fabulous.
Have you enjoyed today's session out here with the Men's State League?
Oh, it's been fantastic. It was a great game before where I was watching it between Newton
And Rhys Johnson?
Yes, they both played very well. This game here, slowly getting into it.
Maddie Burton and
Yep.
Scotty Webster, two of the better players in WA tennis. Well, we look forward to seeing the innovation behind the Magic Coat
Yes.
and some of the events that are coming out of Tennis West. We'll keep you informed. If anyone wants to have a look, just get online to Tennis West or tennis.com.au/WA, and that'll give you all the information what's happening in and around WA tennis. Thank you, Jules.
Thank you, Brett.
Julia Spazzelli just leaving now as Tommy George rejoins us to talk more about what's happening out here on court. Tommy George enjoying, I guess, similar styles with Matthew Burton and Scotty Webster. One's at the very beginning of his journey, Matty Burton coming out of school, looking to sort of go on with his tennis over the next couple of years, and Scotty Webster, after having a long career at college, now he's entrenched in the WA State League.
Yes, that's exactly right, Brett. Very similar game styles. They're sort of a mix between aggressive baseliners and counter punches. Very solid off both wings, off the back of the court. Off to a great start this match, 2-all. I think this will go right down to the wire. Matty Burton is actually in the middle of Year 12 exams. We saw him at that Applecross Awards night on Thursday night, and he gave a great speech as the school tennis captain there. I thought very funny, but also very poignant and spoke very well. So looking forward to this blockbuster #1 clash.
And there we see exactly the examples of both players. Great counter punching from the back of the court. Great mind, Matthew Burton, but you give that short ball, that mid-court, that centre court ball to Scotty Webster, and he's really just going to lean in on that. It's his preferred forehand, off forehand. That's what he loves to go to, and he's probably just weighed a shot at the moment, particularly their stage of their careers, is sort of, weighing up in favour of Scotty Webster.
Yeah, great point from Maddie. Hensman crowd going absolutely crazy with that. Big off forehand, nice close for easy volley. No, you're right. You're completely right, Brett. Scott's got a heavy forehand there. He's been working on that a lot. We always give him a hard time there about his V8 racket and say, loose the strings, put some big banger in there and get more zip on your shots. But very solid. Oh, what a shot. All class there. The reigning MVP just dipped that down at Maddie's shoelaces, got the short ball and whipped it cross court for a great forehand winner. So high level tennis early on.
Matthew Burton, Hensman Park, closest to the camera, serving. Currently on serve, early stages of the first set.
Webster just pushing that wide. Good pressure from Matty Burton. Dad gives a nod of approval on the sidelines there. The Parkers are up and about here with the matches tied at 1-1. Big shout out to Alan, the manager here at Hensman. I just went inside while you're doing the interviews with James Newton and Austin Vos, and that donuts and scones and tea and coffee, and God, they really look after us. So big shout out to the club.
Surprised you made it back to the commentary booth with that lineup of treats, tasty morsels. We do enjoy our time certainly out here at Hensman Park, as we do with all the State League clubs, and we'll give some of the results from the Women's State League in a moment's time. Beautiful play, just workmanlike out here. Keeps going to the same spot. He's working and wearing down Scotty Webster. I've been very impressed with what I've been seeing with Matty Burton these early stages of this first set. He just knows where to hit the ball, how to create a point, how to structure a point, and the quality and the consistency of his ground strokes is really starting to trouble Scotty Webster.
Exactly right. Clever young man, very smart tennis player, constructing points well. Just push that long, but earlier on the broadcast, speaking to Shane Smedley, we're talking about Matthew's tennis, and unfortunately the under-18 nationals is cancelled this December due to COVID, but Matty would have been a shot there to win the title. He is one of the best players in Australia for his age, and really excited to see, once he gets school out of the way, what next year brings for his tennis. Oh, big 1-2 punch. Yeah.
Absolutely, right on the money there, Tommy George. And just a nice, deep, flat serve out to the backhand wing, and then finished off with a short approach shot out to the forehand wing of Scotty Webster. I mean, he doesn't get rattled. He's won, gee whiz, he's lost one match in the last 10 at State League level. I know Matthew Burton has as well. You know, I think what would be going through Scotty's head at the moment, because he probably wouldn't have faced someone as consistent as Matty Burton over the last couple of weeks.
Yes, as we see, good close-in camera work there with the strong wind, just redoing the ball toss. And just push that forehand wide there. Now, Scott Webster, he will remain calm regardless of the score, because he's a seasoned veteran at a young age, the reigning MVP. The only one loss to Scott Jones. Otherwise, he's had a tremendous run. So regardless of the score, I think he'll back himself and be quietly confident in his own ability.
The wind is really playing with the players tossing at the moment. Just overplaying that serve. A little bit of frustration from Matty into that breeze. Again, break a serve, 3-2. Scotty Webster didn't see that coming. Threw in a very cheap double fault there just to gift the game through to Scotty Webster. So we see Scotty walking to the change of ends. Cutting across to court number 2. Ollie Henderson from Dalkeith up against Ethan Cook. Ollie Henderson lost the first set, 6-1, and is currently down 2-1 against Ethan Cook, early stages of this second set. Going after that second serve, pushed it wide. I mean, Ethan Cook, very flamboyant player, good athlete, hits the ball with great pace and intensity. Very likeable young athlete as well, Tommy George. He's working out there at the State Tennis Centre alongside the likes of Scotty Webster and Austin Vos and Ashwin Sharma. Got a good group of young adults there trying to hone their craft at the State Tennis Centre programs.
That's right, fine young men. They, Ethan Cook is a favourite of the WA tennis community. Always got a smile on his face. The big come on from Cookie with a wonderful serve. The Parkers are up and about here. So, yeah, everyone loves Cookie. Lovely family with Father Murray and Mother Heidi. They been round at the tennis centre for many years there. Ethan's been part of our programs and smart young guy. He's been doing university part-time, and once COVID clears up and everyone's vaccinated, he'll be out on the professional circuit and, you know, wants to go to Europe and test himself against the world's best. So very talented, and credit to Cameron Fenner and James Connolly for the great work that they're doing with Cookie.
Ethan Cook on camera. Bright orange racket, furthest from the camera. Hensman Park. Give someone a rap and they always let you down. As we kick across to Scotty Webster closer to the camera. MVP, reigning MVP for Dalkeith Tennis Club. Got a mini break leading 3-2 against Matthew Burton. Love that play, just deft touch, good thinking strategist. He's a thinking man's tennis player. Scotty Webster, nice little touch and then just put it over the top of Matthew Burton.
Sure is. He's a smart young man, Scott Webster, doing his masters at Durham University, one of the premier universities in the world, and very intelligent, got a lot on his plate, you know. That was a special point there with the drop shot and lob. Caught Matty off guard there with that tactic. Yeah, nice first serve. That's what he needs, more of those. Get those cheap points each service game.
Just caught that backhand return a little long, a little late.
Nice.
Scotty Webster serving.
Matty, just push that just a little bit wide there. So Scott Webster with an early lead in this first set, 4-2. Just what the Finns were after. Dolphins will be very happy with that.
Scotty just talking to Tommy G. Thought he might have thrown his racket. His grip's a little bit slippery as we're panning in on Matty Burton serving. Again, you can see the wind just flapping the shirt around. Strong breeze here at Hensman Park. Just motored that down. Just did not give enough cut on the ball there for Scotty Webster. The drop shot sat up. Matty Burton, good wheels to get on top of that and really push that forehand cross court. What would you be saying to Matthew at the change of ends about the match up here with Scotty, but probably what he needs to start focusing on, given that he's down a break here in this first set?
Playing very well, actually. It's just the only issue seems to be encountering at the moment is just with his ball toss. We'll just see how this point goes. Just wide there. Now he's playing a good brand of tennis. He's doing everything right. I wouldn't change the tactics. Just needs to address that ball toss. It's causing him a bit of grief here in these windy conditions. Did see him out the back with his father practicing his serve out the back there before this match. He was trying to get on one of the hard courts for a quick hip. They're all busy with some other Division 1 and 2 matches going on. So just take his time between serves.
Oh, beautiful time, backhand down the line. Matty Burton. There's about 28 ball rally there. The rally's certainly getting longer and longer and longer. This is going to be won by, probably the fitter, conditioned, better athlete out here. Both players do play a similar style of game, albeit that Scotty's probably got a little bit more weight on his shot. But gee whiz, Matthew Burton just times that ball immaculately, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's one of his big strengths, is that topspin backhand down the line. He really threads the needle on that shot, and that was an incredible shot. Possibly the point of the day.
Scotty Webster. Lovely time, backhand lob into the teeth of the breeze. This is the end to be hitting those lobs. You can sort of throw it up quite heavily and the ball will drop quite quickly, and we saw that on that occasion, just dropping down a foot within the baseline, getting over the top of Matty Burton. A bit frustrated there, Matty, sort of threw his head back and thought, oh, how could this be? But the wind is so tough and so strong, few balls are going long. Lovely play, Matty Burton, good aggressive play there, overhead in these conditions. Starting to find his range and his feet now, Matthew Burton, midway through this first set.
Another great backhand deep up the line, really wonderful point there. And that topspin lob from Webster before, very reminiscent of Leighton Hewitt. He just used the breeze perfectly and then looked over to the commentary box and gave a massive come on, so that was wonderful to see from Scotty Webster.
Leighton Hewitt certainly was one of the greatest two-handed backhand lobs in the modern game. Is it just timing? Is it precision? Is it what makes a perfect lob, Tom George, after this point?
Scotty had that uncharacteristic mistake there on the passing shot. A combination of those factors, Brett, I think, got the players who have got good hands and feel and timing, and Leighton Hewitt is a once-in-a-lifetime athlete and talent, but knowing Leighton, he probably would have practiced millions of backhand topspin lobs as a young kid in Adelaide, and until he honed it perfectly. So a bit of few different factors there, I think.
Big come on there from Ethan Cook. Knows the importance of this game. Midway through this second set, he won the first set 6-1 against Ollie Henderson from Dalkeith. He do a bit of around the grounds with some of the other State League results. The Women's State League matches being played today. Alexander Park are at home against Hensman Park, last year's victors. Anya Dalkeith from Hensman Park defeated Maddie Watson 6-2, 6-3. Ayla Stevens defeated Stephanie Watson from Alexander Park 7-5, 6-2. So right now, Hensman Park are off to a 2-love lead against Alexander Park. Some of the other matches being played in the Women's State League. Peppermint Grove currently find themselves 1 rubber apiece against Royal Kings Park, being played at Peppermint Grove. Yelly Kelleher from Kings Park defeated Ruby Broadbent 7-5, 1-6, 10-7 in the super tiebreaker, and Emma Black from Peppermint Grove to even the day, defeating Tiwa Casey 1-6, 6-4, 10-8 in a super tiebreaker. And the other match being played that we don't have results for, Cottesloe up against Greenwood in the Women's State League. We'll bring you those scores as we push on through the afternoon. A couple of the other scores going on in the Men's State League at the moment. Royal Kings Park currently up 2 rubbers to love against Mount Lawley, being played at Kings Park. Sam Ashton defeated Ethan Farley 6-1, 7-5. Ben Dellinger defeated Jake Dembo 6-2, 6-4. Jaron Stafford from Kings Park currently leading 4-3 against Marco Murdoch, and Jakey Robinson from Kings Park currently leading Addy Mann from Mount Lawley 3-2. In the last rubber being played today, UWA are playing Cottesloe at UWA. Scotty Jones is leading Tim Gray 5-4. Scott Jones from Cottesloe. Will Hahn from Cottesloe defeated Jasper Patterson 6-love 6-1. Max Weir from Cottesloe defeated Ethan Reid 7-5 7-6. And Sam English and Jury Treblanc are on court as we speak. Ethan Cook currently leading by a set 5-1 against Ollie Henderson. Now 5-2, change of ends. He's been playing exceptional tennis out here in these breezy conditions, Ethan Cook. As we switch across to Matty Burton. Scott Webster. Webster serving furthest from the camera from Dalkeith, serving at 4-3 with a break. First set. Beautiful. Oh, there's a bit of an argument here. Doesn't like the call. Let's see if we can hear in.
Scotty Webster not happy there. The little disagreement here over that line call. Asking the referee.
There are no linesmen here. There's no court umpire, so players will call their own lines. Eighth game of this first set. Scotty Webster serving. Tense. Beautiful off forehand there, Scotty Webster making up, getting some of that frustration out. As we go across to the closing stages of the court number 2, Ethan Cook serving against Ollie Henderson, leading 6-1, 5-2 to give Hensman Park a 2-1 lead on the day. Ethan Cook with the bright orange racket, giving the fist pump there. Currently leading 30-love in this 8th game of the second set. Moments away from closing this match out.
Just shows the incredible depth of Hensman Park to have someone like Ethan Cook, one of the best players in the country for his age, at the number 3 position.
Big serve and a big come on there from Ethan Cook. Even at this stage, with a comfortable lead, he's really firing himself up. Match point, 3 of them on serve for Ethan Cook. Moments away from giving Hensman Park a 2-1 lead against Dalkeith. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. We're enjoying bringing it to you. We'll be with you right across this Australian Summer of Tennis, the Men's and Women's WA State League. Calling it wide. The West Australian newspaper's taking the live streaming. There it is, match point. Ethan Cook defeating Ollie Henderson, the captain of Dalkeith Tennis Club, by 6-1, 6-2, and a very one-sided match. Shows you the pedigree, and certainly the great form that Ethan Cook's been in for the best part of this season.
That's exactly right, Brett. Very excited to see what the next 12 months bring for Ethan. Tremendous tennis player, and he's putting in the hard yards.
Lovely forehand down the line. And again, we see players try to slide. We saw Scotty Webster try to slide out to that backhand wing with his shoes and just had to jam his ankle. He's just moving his ankle around at the back of the court. A little bit of unhappiness with that.
Yes, well, he does always wear his shoes out on the inside there. No doubt a result of all that sliding around on the hard courts. What a point that was.
Opportunity for Matthew Burton. Flat and wide, missing. Chance to break back here. Matthew Burton, he's up on the baseline, looking to take advantage of the short ball. There it is too. A little fist pump there from Matty Burton. Shake of the head and a big no coming by Scotty Webster, getting some frustrations out there on court. Just trying to reenact that chip shot.
Great camera work there from Tomio Yamazaki to close in as he was shadow swinging some backhand slices. That was an interesting point, that one. You had Matty Burton ripping those big heavy ground strokes.
My apologies, I thought it was break point, it wasn't.
And must be at
First serve percentages starting to drop away a little bit here for Scotty Webster.
Scotty Webster just saying to himself, stop pushing the ball left. He wants to go after his shots, and that's something he's been working on. He's trying to increase the weight of his rally ball, and he doesn't want to just push the ball around. He wants to take his game to the next level and increase his racket head speed and go for his shots. So just reminding himself of what he's been working on the training court the last couple of months. Love to see it.
We think it's advantage Webster, serving to go 5-3 up in this first set. Taking his time. There it is, and a big come on too. It was game point, serving to take a 5-3 lead. Holds on to that service break against Matthew Burton.
Yeah, Scotty was very happy with the hold there. Very long game there. Those games are pivotal in the end result of these types of matches, so he's very happy to get that hold of serve and put the pressure back on Matty.
Certainly a must-win game, must-win match for Dalkeith to take it to a 2-all tie positioning going into the doubles. Lovely backhand volley, cross down the line, I should say. Two-handed backhand volley too, which you don't see too much of. But is that traditionally what the kids do nowadays when they're coming up and they hit a two-handed backhand? Do they keep the second hand on the racket in the volleying position?
Yeah, very interesting. Not something I teach personally. Quite rare. You see some of the female. We'll just see how this point goes.
Lovely hands.
Great volley, great
Burton.
volley. Yeah, so you see some of the female professional doubles players sometimes put a second hand on that. Very rare for the men. You see some of the young juniors and Super 10s and the 12s, they don't have the strength, so they'll put their second hand on the throat to just help, with a little bit more power there and the balance. But personally, I like to just use the one hand and teach them that from a young age.
Words from Tommy George, Tennis Australia's High Performance Academy manager. Been with Tennis West for the best part of 6 years. Matty Burton serving, second serve. Short ball, forehand into the net. What have you seen change over the last 6 years since you've been part of the High Performance Academy, Tom George?
Yeah, I've been through a few different restructures of Tennis Australia. I've seen many different developments. There's been an implementation last year with the zone squads, which have been a great success. And just long there, very fortunate in WA, some great clubs and coach has been running those zone squads with Rhys McDougall at Mount Lawley, John Thorpe at Dalkeith Tennis Club, Dan Sewell, Charlotte Conning at Blue Gum, Natalie Lama up in Geraldton, and Andrew Woodward in Bustleton. So, I've seen those different changes, really emphasis there on the regional tennis. Started an Indigenous tennis program, which is a great new initiative that you're part of bringing up and running. Seen really the fruition of a lot of great young juniors go on to the senior ranks. Looking at Maddie English and Astra Sharma and Tristan Schoolgate, Storm Sanders, from young kids out there playing in the 12s and 14s and junior nationals, then on to the international stage. So, yeah, we've seen a lot in our time over the last few years, you and I.
Enjoyed your time here with Tennis West and, the talent that you spoke to just then. I mean, it's been quite a remarkable amount of talent that's come out of WA over many, many years, and we're seeing that with Astra Sharma, sits inside the top 100. Of course, Stormy Sanders playing the Billie Jean King Cup. They got through to the semis. Unfortunately, they fell overnight to the Swiss team, but gee whiz, the talent coming out by way of the talent development and the coaches in WA, Talia Gibson, Taylor Preston, just to name a few, Tristan Schoolgate's away playing. We certainly have been a lot of success over the last 6 to 10 years in WA.
That's right, and that's due to we have the best coaches, best clubs anywhere in the world. I strongly believe that. I stand by that, and they do an incredible work. We have great relationship with all the different academies around the state, and credit to all the great work that goes on. And this is one of the great clubs here.
Serving for this first set, 5-4. Just bad choice of shot, I should say, from Scott Webster. Again, serving into the teeth of the breeze. It's going to be a tough ask right now for Scotty Webster to close this set out. Needs to get a high percentage of first serves, potentially get an easy point. Calling that ball wide. Maddie frustrated with the call. Scotty just marking where he said the ball landed. 15 points all. A little bit of tension out here in this match, Tommy. Both players. It's a very pivotal game in this first set, and certainly in this tie for between Dalkeith and Hensman Park. Overplaying, short ball, got the ball he was after, just overplaying on that occasion at 15 all.
Yeah, a bit excited there, Matty Burton. He had the ball he wanted, just pushed it a little bit too much. Got that strong breeze behind him, so just needs to adjust for that. Level of player he is, he'll be very unhappy with that. 5-4 down, 15 all, needs to make that ball.
Critical game. The opening set, the #1 singles between Scott Webster and Matthew Burton, 30-15. Serve just wide. Overplaying. You saw the tactics from young Scott Webster. Well, not so young Scott Webster, I should say. He was forcing, he was moving towards the smash of Matty, and Matty took his eyes off that ball, overplaying it. Gives himself 2 set points now, Scott Webster.
Yeah, I think a bit distracted there, as you say, with Scotty, running in there, being quite aggressive. When normally if someone has a smash, you go retrieve right back to the fence. So, yeah, interesting tactic from Webster that paid off.
Certainly did. 2 set points. 5-4, 40-15. Down the tee, missing.
Good pace on that serve, though. Love to have a radar gun on that one.
Around the 180 mark. Kilometres an hour. There it is, first set. Just a sigh of relief from Scotty Webster as he's talking under his breath, saying, come on, first one down. Let's start firing up, getting a bit more energised for the start of this second set. But gee whiz, very close contest. Only a point here or there, isn't it, Tom George?
Excellent set of tennis. Wouldn't expect anything less at #1 position between two of the big clubs in WA. Huge crowd, loved that first set of tennis. It really just came down to that one break of serve that proved very costly for Matty. He just had that 1 or 2 cheap points. He'll learn from that. He'll reset here and he'll come out firing for the second set. Very, very high level. Was a bit of tension in there over a few disputed line calls and a few big come-ons, and got to love the passion, and the crowd is certainly loving this wonderful action and the #1 singles match.
Yeah, nice crowd here down at Hensman Park Tennis Club in the heart of South Perth. Beautiful day for tennis, social play. There's other divisions being played across the grounds here at the moment. Of course, the bar is open, the canteen is open. Tommy George, you've enjoyed some of the hospitality. And no doubt if we can get Ethan Cook coming in to talk to us very, very shortly. He's going to come in and talk about his match up there against Ollie Henderson as we welcome.
Thank you, Brett. I will pass on the microphone to Ethan Cook, who had a fantastic win. Well done, Ethan.
You can see him coming in off camera. Just take a seat, Ethan. Congratulations. Big win out there against Ollie Henderson. You must be pleased with certainly your form out there today, but your form throughout the year has been very good.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm feeling really good on court at the moment. Been training every day for the past 8 months now.
Yep.
So yeah,
Yeah,
feeling
out of the
good.
State Tennis Centre too, because you
Yep.
train alongside Scotty Webster, I think Austin Vos, Ashwin Sharman,
Yep.
Timmy Gray's out there
Yeah,
as well.
big Timmy.
So the best of the best men in WA at the moment. And that just gives you a sense of confidence too. If you're playing that high level, you're practicing high level, walking onto a match like against Ollie Henderson, you go out there with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, exactly. Like these guys are the best in the state probably. Yeah, 3 or 4 times a week out there with these guys. Yeah, just be good hitting, and yeah, as you said, gives you a lot of confidence when you're playing well.
Great hitting. I get to sit courtside and watch you boys go at it. I should be doing the administration, but I enjoy
Yeah.
watching you boys
Come
play.
out every day
Absolutely.
at 10 o'clock.
Just watch this point between your teammate Matty Burton and Scotty Webster, one of your hitting partners at the State Tennis Centre. A lot of counter punching out here, both
Yeah.
very similar styles of game, aren't they?
Exactly. They love to hit the ball big, just grind all day.
Now your style, you have a big serve, you like to work your big forehand, very athletic, you move forward. Is that something you're working on, is just trying to create that extra pop on your serve and on your forehand?
Yeah. Me and JC, James Connolly, my coach, along with Cam Fenner, we've been working on really getting up to that ball, bringing that intensity forwards, and then trying to finish at the net more often because, that's my game style. I like to hit it big.
And your form's good. Now, what's going to happen with you? You're currently studying part-time at university. Once the border walls come down, finally, what's the next
You got a bit
year
of
or two look like for you?
False information there. I actually dropped uni, so I am not studying at the moment.
All right, concentrating on tennis?
Yeah,
Good.
exactly. Future-wise, hopefully, next year as the borders open up, I'll go play some lower-level events around Australia first, and then, who knows, maybe travel a little bit.
Yeah, looking
overseas.
forward to the walls to come down and
Yeah.
the road map around the borders opening up again, sort of late January, early February next year. Big forehand from Scotty Webster. Gee whiz. Both boys hitting the ball incredibly hard out here. I mean, what do you think separates where you're at right now with your tennis and taking that next step? What do you need to be working on? Is it your conditioning?
Little bits, I think. Like movement around the court, conditioning-wise, can really get better. It's also just a lot of consistency work as well. There'll be days where I'm not hitting it, balls flying off everywhere, ballooning off the racket. So,
Big forehand from Matty Burton. And what do you know of Matt Burton, a teammate of yours, good mate of yours?
Yeah.
Highly intelligent player. We've spoken about Matty a few times here with Austin Vos and a few of the other players, but his game has really come on in the last sort of 18 months. He's hardly put a foot wrong, hardly loses a match at state league level, and he's just like a bumper ball.
Yeah, exactly. He does not miss. He just spends hours whacking balls back and forth. And that, as you said, last year, real big improvement in state league level, especially. Did not lose many matches. It's just working really hard.
And you were part of the state league winning side last year for Hensman Park. How long did your party go on for? Was it a week, 2 weeks? Have you finally stopped partying at the start of the season?
Yeah, not too much partying afterwards, actually. Not really that
Just
kind
a
of
barbecue
guy.
and orange juices. I like to hear that.
Yeah.
Very responsible. Looking forward to your doubles. Who are you playing doubles with this afternoon?
I think Austin Vos.
Austin Vos.
I've got to double check that, but
We
I'm
got
not
the mail.
sure.
It was Austin Vos.
Okay,
So
cool.
looking forward to that. That'll be a good combination. Both of you won the Nate Timms AMT tournament only a matter of a week and a half ago, and that was a great exhibition of doubles out there at the State Tennis Centre. Looking forward to you bringing that form out here on the court.
you.
The wind's starting to die down a little bit, so that'll be a little bit easier to
That'll be good.
manage and construct points, particularly the way you and Aussie hit the ball with so much, so heavy and so hard from the back of the court.
There won't be much of that though.
A little bit more finesse, you think?
Yeah, more volleys, more rush in the net.
Good stuff. Ethan Cook, thank you, mate. Looking forward to seeing your doubles later on, and all the best for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Ethan Cook, one of the bright talents coming out of WA tennis out there at the State Tennis Centre most days, alongside Scotty Webster and Austin Vos and Ashwin Sharma and Tim Gray, the best players in WA, under the watchful eye of Len Cannell and Tommy George from the High Performance Academy. Beautiful time lob, but just pushing that forehand too deep, shaking his head as he changes end. Matty Burton a little bit frustrated with that game, opening game of the second set. Scotty Webster leading by 6 games to 4 and 1 game to love. What did you enjoy about Ethan Cook's game today? Tom George, you would have been watching with great intensity.
Oh, I love the variety, Brett. It just Cookie really has a complete game, and to see him come forward when the opportunity presented itself to serve really big. I really love that he was really pumped up today. Even when he was up, 6-1, 4-1, he was still giving big commands. He was really intense, good focus. Something he's been working on is consecutive points and keeping that momentum going and that high level of play, not having any dips. And, he's been doing that great work there with James Connolly and Cameron Fenner in the workout at the State Tennis Centre. And it's just wonderful when you see a young athlete put in the hard yards to then come in and play that high quality match. I thought he was incredibly impressive, and I can't see him losing at number 3 position all year, to be honest.
Webster serving. Played that point incredibly well, did Scott Webster, and had the lolly of a forehand and just catching the top of the tape. A little bit frustrated. He got back into that point. He had Matt moving from side to side, pushed him forward, and unfortunately, that's tennis for you.
It's always the way. He did the hard yards, made all the difficult shots, then got the easy one and just relaxed a little bit and just missed it. See how he goes on this next point.
Yeah, nice play, Matty. Just jammed up that right hip of Scott Webster. Scotty couldn't do too much with that, pushing that ball short, and Matt Burton coming in and punishing that forehand down the line. Finds himself down love 30 to Scott Webster, serving. One of the furthest from the camera for Dalkeith Tennis Club. Now, of course, you were meant to be up and travelling around. Sweet Tommy George. Seeing how the other academies do it across Australia, but the borders closed you in.
Yeah, great deep shot there from Webster. Yes, travel cancelled due to COVID, so that's just the nature of things. We're just waiting and seeing. We have Emma Hayman travelling to the Queensland ITFs next Saturday with a couple of our top juniors. There's 2 high-level ITFs at KDV Sport, which is a big tennis and golf academy on the Gold Coast. So best of luck to our WA juniors, and shout out to Emma and Marissa and the team at the State Tennis Centre who have the Super 10s finals on today with all the top 10 and under talent in the state.
Hashtag tennis by 10.
Tennis by 10, I love that. That is definitely going to take off. Big serve there by Webster. And also, just wanted to say thank you very much on air to Matthew Ebden and Astra Sharma, who kindly signed the tennis balls for us to give away as prizes today to the winning boys and girls. So they're going along today to speak to the kids and take some photos. So wonderful role models we have in WA, and we're very grateful for those wonderful autographed tennis balls we're giving out today.
First serve missed. Wind still swirling around. Hasn't died down too much. You can see Scott just taking his time. Gust just picked up. Catching the net, dropping down on his own side. You could hear Matthew just talking to himself, chastising himself. Right play though.
Right play.
Can't be unhappy to see execution. Just needs
That's
to give it a little bit more loop, a little bit more air, a little bit more arc. I do like his style. I mean, he doesn't miss too often certainly from the back of the court. Just that forward court game, being comfortable with the approach shot.
That's right. Nice to see him come forward. Just unlucky clipping the tape there.
Talk about the state junior teams. You were caught in Queensland a couple of months ago. During a lockdown phase, you were forced to cancel the trip that was halfway through the tournament with all the best kids around Australia playing for their state, and had to come back and quarantine.
Yes, well, halfway through the National Teams Championships on the Gold Coast, the WA teams were doing very well there. 2 of the 4 teams were top of their groups and undefeated, and 3 of the 4 teams were in the semi-finals, and we're really looking forward to finishing that off with a couple of victories. And then Brisbane had a couple COVID cases and went into an immediate lockdown, and we quickly had to scurry home and found all the athletes and coaches in 2 weeks self-quarantine. Just wide on the volley there, but well constructed point from S.Webster. Pinpoint accuracy, side to side, like a drill out there, and then just missed the volley there. Good tennis from both players.
Words from Tom George, High Performance Tennis Academy manager. Ball toss, catch again from Matty Burton. Oh, catching the top of the tape, if you don't mind, but good reactions from Matty Burton. Unfortunately, he couldn't do too much with what was a very tricky shot, trying to catch and deliver on a let court.
Very unlucky there for Matt, set that point up very well.
Missing overplaying that first serve. The first serve's left him, early stage of the second set. Overplaying the forehand down the line. Currently leading by a set and 2 games to love, Scotty Webster. Just settling into his game. He doesn't feel like he's as tight as he was only about 15 minutes or so ago because of the closeness and the tightness of that first set, trying to close it out.
Oh, big cross-court forehand. Unbelievable tennis there. You're right, Brett. He's definitely more relaxed as this match has gone on. It was very tense 20 minutes ago. It was anyone's game, really, that first set, but he's really settled down here and playing some beautiful tennis.
Nice serve into that left hip.
Love that
Webster.
serve.
I love it. Jam up your opponent. They can't do a lot with it other than bunch it back.
Yeah. One of the underrated serves. You see a lot of coaches, including myself included, we always put up the targets out wide and down the middle and neglect that body serve, but it's a nice safe serve and always causes your opponent a lot of grief.
Again, another body serve. That was to the right hip. For those listening in, if you're trying to jam up your opponent, if they're a right-hander, you aim at their right hip. If they're a left-hander, you aim at their left hip. That's the good body serve. Overplaying that forehand. Scotty just double checking, see if there's a mark left. Sometimes the ball leaves a mark when it lands on these courts. As we made mention, there are no umpires or linesmen or ball kids out here today. It's all left to the players. And they all do it very well, very respectful of each other.
Yes, that's right, Brett. These matches have all been played in great spirits, which is what you want to see. A lot of these players, they go up against each other, and it's like the boxing arena and the individual sport, you know, last man standing. But at the end of the day, they're all good mates. They all play doubles with each other. They're hitting partners. They travel together, and you know, there's a wonderful community vibe and feeling in WA, and they're all very close-knit and support each other. But when they're out there playing each other, it's cutthroat. But as soon as they finish, you know, they'll go have a Diet Coke and a pizza together and have a laugh about the match.
Well, we spoke to Ethan Cook just moments ago about how he celebrated the State League victory from last year, and he said, just a nice sell and a couple of orange juices. So finely tuned athletes we have in the WA State League, men's and women. But you made mention of Matty Ebden and Astra Sharma, both back.
Yes.
Been in Perth for the last week and a half. Did some quarantining, so they're back just, I guess, acclimatising to the Australian summer. What's sure to be a massive Australian summer, and looking forward to all our Australian athletes, our Perth athletes, putting on a great show over the coming months lead up into the Australian Open and at the Australian Open.
Yes, very excited to see how Matthew Epton, Tristan Schoolgate, Astra Sharma, Madison English, Storm Sanders do at the Australian Open. They're all going to be training hard over the Christmas break and trying to peak ready for their home Grand Slam. Scott Webster to serve at 6-4, 2-1. Matty's got to make that ball there. He had Scott Webster there in no man's land. He just needed to make that deep and put some pressure back on. 15 love, Scotty Webster. And you're right, in the juniors now, Brett, with a lot of very strong WA contingent playing the under-18 junior Australian Open. So a lot to look forward to this summer.
Beautifully run down, drop shot there, not hit to precision, and you see Scotty shaking his head. Just your roadmap for the Australian summer with a lot of your athletes, the lead up to the Australian Open. You'll be heading across to the Australian Open this year, Tom George?
Yeah, so our lead up, we have our national development squads, which we finish up on Friday, December 10th, and then we'll just see how this point goes. Brilliant point from Matty Burton. World-class tennis. Crowd very happy with that. The park is up and about. So we'll finish off our term on December 10th, and then the junior tournaments start, and there are ITFs on around the country. So then that's when the players get into specific training, and we'll have the senior squad and we'll have the junior squads leading into the under-18 Australian Open and also the seniors. And the players will have their lead-in events, and they'll look to get to Melbourne early and get ready. Oh, big serve there. Webster telling himself to lift to keep the pressure on there. So great serve. So yeah, very exciting times, Brett, the Australian summer, and can't wait, and hoping to go over and watch a few of the athletes in person, but very tricky to do in these COVID-ridden times, and you know there'll be the bubble set up, but we'll see. How about yourself? Are you planning on going over to the Australian Open?
Well, that's the plan, I think, Tommy George, at this stage. Tickets go on sale, I think, in the next week or so. And there'll be some announcements around the summer of tennis, the lead-up tournaments, the roadmap into the Australian Open. Great hands, Scotty Webster, and just letting everyone know. Beautiful little play, nice little hands. Yeah, so looking forward to some of the announcements coming by way of Craig Tiley, CEO of Tennis Australia, and his executive team about the exciting summer of tennis that's ahead of us. As Tommy George just hands me a lolly. We need all the substance that we can up here, Tommy George. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's going to be an amazing summer of tennis, getting back to almost full capacity at the Australian Open and the lead-up events this year and next.
Big command from Scott Webster. He knows how important this match is. It's a must-win match for the Dalkeith Dolphins. They really need to level up this tie today, 2 matches all. They can't afford to go down 3 rubbers to 1 going into doubles against, you know, probably the best doubles lineup in the competition. So he knows he must get the W here. He's fired up. Long.
Just whispering to himself. He didn't like the look of that, the production of that forehand down the line. Probably over pushed, hitting it from 1 metre, 2 metres back behind the baseline with that breeze forcing him back. He's probably, in these conditions, probably need to be up on the baseline though, wouldn't you, Tom George?
Yeah, he just needs to watch his position behind the baseline there. Good return. Just shanks that wide. Just need to move his feet a little bit more there in the breezy conditions.
You can see the shirt's really just flapping in the breeze here. It is quite strong still. It's been strong all day, this breeze here at Hensman Park, which is a little unusual. Generally, breeze dies down. It's good coverage here for the players. The front couple of courts here at Hensman Park in South Perth. Just taking his time, Scotty Webster, closest to the camera. Nicely played backhand down the line, overplaying forehand from Matthew Burton. Still up in this game on the scoreboard, down a service break and a set. Matthew Burton doesn't seem too worried though. He's not going to go away. He'll continually dig in, try, play hard, compete.
He sure won't. He'll fight to the end. He'll chase down every ball. He's quite the gritty competitor, Matty Burton, so he'll fight to the end.
Beautiful point constructed by Scotty Webster. You know, he got away with one there. The drop shot probably wasn't where he needed it to be. Matty Burton ran that down with great ease, but gee, that running forehand, world class from Scott Webster. The breeze is just really starting to take its toll out here. This, again, closest to the camera, it's very, very difficult to win points easily from this side of the court. And we saw the pace being taken off that first serve and that last point by Matty. So although the breeze is with him, it is difficult to control the ball. There we go, what we're talking about. Just had to take two on that service toss. Overplaying. You've got to hit with more spin further from the camera just to get that ball dipping into court. Scotty talking to himself, just saying he's got to find a way. What about that American college system coming into the way he conducts himself on court, Tom? Talking to himself, pumping himself up.
Yes, that's right. Scotty played at Appalachian State and I believe has one of their best doubles records in their history. Just wide there. He has one of the best doubles records in their history, along with one of my best mates, Trent Constance, and they constantly argue over who is the better doubles player at App State, which I find very funny. But you're right, he brings that great energy, which is one of the traits you see of all the good college players, where he constantly throughout this match, he's got high energy and positive body language.
You're a fair man. Who would you give the nod to about Trent and Scott best record in doubles? Catching the top of the tape.
When I have my next break in commentary, let me check out the records and I'll get back to you on that answer. And we'll settle it all once and for all.
Never known you to sit on the fence, Tom George. Very good with your summations and making sure that answers are always correct.
Come on, mate, come on!
And you can hear it, Scotty Webster just trying to G himself up, telling him to go after the ball, hit the ball, he's saying. He's probably a little disappointed the way he's playing at this stage, but the pressure being put on by Matty Burton is so intense, the ball keeps coming back. You know, you can't but be too disappointed with the way he's playing.
Yeah, great point from Webster. You're exactly right, Brett. Scott's just been so solid today. He's been exceptional. He's not given away any free points. unlucky there. Matt did everything right, closed the net, had the volley. But that's a big moment in this match for Scotty Webster.
We're going to invite Peter Rundle into the commentary booth. Shadow Minister for Education and Training, Sports and Recreation, Racing and Gaming. Welcome, Peter. It's not your first time to the microphone. You're very accomplished in front of the microphone, and of course, your media career and your sporting career, now your political career. How have you found? Is there any similarities between sport and politics?
I think there is to some extent, Brett. It's fairly combative in the chamber, I suppose you could say at times. So when you ask the Premier a question he mightn't like, or someone else, but yeah, look, it's a privilege to be elected and to represent my constituency, and yeah, just it's a tough time for the whole state, I guess, and the whole country in the last couple of years, but great to be here at the tennis today.
Great to have you. Not to get too political, but how did you find the announcement around the roadmap by the Premier yesterday?
Yeah, look, I think some people have probably described it as a plan to have a plan, but we probably would like a date, I think, would be my comment on it. I can understand the caution and the fact that WA is living a pretty good life at the moment, but it's pretty tough on travel, businesses and families and other things as well.
Now, and your involvement in tennis has been long. I won't name the years, Pete, don't want to give your age away, but your involvement with tennis and how have you seen tennis, certainly in the country and the regions, over the many years that you've been associated with tennis?
Well, as you know, coming from Geraldton in your background and me from Katanning, having seen, I guess, the heyday of Country Week over the years and those type of things, it's been fantastic to be involved right through. I think from what I can see now, there's probably a bit of a resurgence, I think, in our kids out in the country, and it's great to see the involvement also of Tennis West getting out there with our development officers and so on, and also into the schools as well. So, and we had the Darcy Slater that tournament in Busselton a few weeks ago with a lot of the country kids, so they were really enjoying that in Busselton.
Very successful too, the Darcy Slater Cup. Christina Slater there, wonderful supporter, and may that long continue. How have you found the tennis today? You enjoying what you're seeing out here? Some of the new talent in WA men's game?
Absolutely. It's just fascinating to watch the power that they can generate through the ball, and just good to see these young guys here really hitting the ball so hard compared to, well, maybe you used to hit it a bit harder than I did, but just great to see the racket head speed and the way they can control it on hard court.
It is indeed. Watching Scotty Webster up against Matthew Burton. A little bit of breeze around. You'll be accustomed to playing in breeze.
Not as accustomed as you were at Geraldton at times, but
lovely forehand volley.
Yeah, pretty tough conditions out here, but they're handling it well, and it's also good to see some volleying as well. They're not all just sitting on the baseline, so that's great. Yeah,
variety is what we like to see, and it's the name of the game. And you're looking forward to the Australian Summer of Tennis. Will you be finding yourself getting across to the AO or some of the lead-up events?
I don't think so, because I'm too frightened that I won't be able to get back. So, look, usually if I can, I'll get over there. But I think this year I might just let it go and maybe go and spend a couple of weeks in Esperance and in my
watch it on TV. Yeah. You'll be fine.
That's it.
So what it goes. We're seeing Scotty Webster serving double fault. Very tight stages of this second set. Scott Webster currently leading by a set and 4-1. One of the best players in WA, Scotty Webster, and hasn't lost too many matches at state league level. Last year's MVP. Do you know too much about Scott?
Well, I've seen him play a bit over the last couple of years at Dalkeith, and it's just good to see this match here today. Really, the two finalists from last year. So looking like a pretty tight match as well. If Scott gets through this match, then it'll be 2 rubbers all, I guess, and it'll come down to the doubles. So, which it did in last year's state grade final. So, yeah, good to see the competitiveness.
Are you here representing Dalkeith Tennis Club or just tennis in general?
No, I'm representing the Great Southern Tennis Zone. But
like a true politician.
No, as you know, our son played for Dalkeith, and he also played for Hensman in juniors as well. And I used to be a member of Hensman Park as well, so I've got long family connections with Hensman Park. So
a little wide, no. Matthew's called it good. Caught the line, swung away. Reminiscent of some of your big serves at Country Week for many years, Peter.
Probably about half that pace, Brett. But now, can I ask you, how are you enjoying your new role as CEO of Tennis West?
I'm enjoying it immensely. Lots to do. And a big focus has been on developing a roadmap around programs in the regions. We're about to announce something pretty soon. Much to you and I had many discussions about what needs to happen. I've been very grateful for the guidance that you've given me since I've been in the CEO role. I think there's so much talent in the regions, and there hasn't been the opportunity really to tap into that talent. So we're looking to make amends over the next 6 months, 12 months, and a couple of years, so we can bring some of that talent to the fore. Obviously, Geraldton Tennis Club that I was born and bred at, and I'm looking at some of the murals that are being erected in Northampton, some of those great football players, along with the Hazelbees and the Crips and the Chicks and a few of those players. We'd love to see more tennis players come out of that region because the talent is unbelievable in the junior ranks, whether it be football or basketball or hockey. We're trying to get a few more through the tennis ranks, Pete. But to answer your question, yeah, I've enjoyed it.
Good
6 months
stuff.
in.
Yeah, well, it's great to have the recognition of the regions there as well. When you look at some of the great players that have come out of regional WA over the years. I remember back to the days of Henry Ladyman and Peter Rigg and others in our area, and certainly it was great to watch them growing up.
Beautiful backhand down the line, nice ripping. The wind's just starting to die down a little bit at the moment, and Matty Burton's still got a bit of a fight ahead of him. Currently trailing by a set and 4-1. 4-2 now. I think he broke back, so there's still a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel for Matthew Burton. Overplaying that back and long. Lovely chatting to you, lovely seeing you. Looking forward to your involvement in tennis for many more years to come. Good luck with your electorate. You're well loved down there. I think you'll be in politics for many more years to come, Pete, I think.
Oh, well, look, enjoying it, and as I said, it's a privilege to be representing, the people of the electorate of Rose. So, but I'm always certainly keen to support tennis as a sport. So, hopefully, you'll see a bit more of me around the place.
Looking forward to it, and you've got the ATP Cup hat on as well. I'd like to see that, given I'm the general manager for that. So, well done, Peter. Good job.
No worries.
Thanks, Pete. Good seeing you.
See you later on.
Peter Rundle, just sending off the Shadow Minister for Education and Training, Sports and Recreation, Racing and Gaming. The National Party in WA. Terrific tennis man and terrific tennis family. Closing stages of this second set, double fault from Matty Burton. The wind has died down significantly. As we welcome back to the commentary booth, former World Over 55 doubles champion, Shane Smedley, the creator of the Applecross tennis program, the Applecross Senior High School. And you're going to be joined by Tennis Australia's High Performance Academy manager, Tommy George, to close out this singles match here between S.Webster and Matthew Burton.
Thanks, Brett. It's a big ask, isn't it? It's a big ask for Matt in the middle of his ATAR exams to have his head in the right place to play this sort of match, isn't it?
Oh, that's right. I believe he has his last exam on Tuesday, so a credit to him playing State League in the middle of Year 12 exams. Better man than me, because I think I didn't see the tennis court for a month or two there, where I just was studying like a maniac. So no, he's obviously a big supporter of the club and doesn't want to let down the team. So yeah, good on him.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of the juniors, when they were playing, they put the rackets away for that period of time for their exams, and because they only get one chance at it, and they've got to come up with something, so they can't afford to be distracted. So so he probably needs to cut himself a little bit of slack. He's down a set and a break against a very good player, so he probably needs to cut himself a bit of a break, because he's probably got a lot going on in his head at the moment.
Oh,
beautiful touch, yeah. Beautiful touch.
Incredible volley there. Exactly right there, Shane. And so sports psychologists talk a lot about being present out there when you're competing. Not easy, to have a lot of different things going through his head in the middle of this match.
I was talking to his dad earlier, talking to Ashley, who works with both of his boys, hits with them a hell of a lot during the week, and he's saying that they've got high expectations for Matty as a student. I'm sure you probably already talked about it, but they're expecting very, very high marks in his ATAR, and got plans for him maybe in the States on a scholarship and to one of the very, very best Tier 1 colleges in America, something like Stanford. So they've got high plans for him. So, I mean, very, very rare that you get a student who's gifted with the ability he's got, and also the smarts that he's got.
That's right. He's one of the rare athletes that is an incredible tennis player and academically brilliant as well. So if he wants to do college tennis, he will find himself at one of the top tier programs, and they'd be lucky to have him, because he's a delightful young man, and always, what a point there from Matty. He's always respectful, works hard, so any program will be lucky to have him. Funny you mentioned about his father, because I was just in the clubhouse before grabbing some food, and I looked at the honour board of past men's club champions, and I saw his dad's name up there many times.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Big shout out to the Applecross school tennis program and the school for producing these wonderful athletes. And we mentioned before about the great speech that Matty gave as tennis captain on Thursday night there. It was very funny, and well, he's a great public speaker, but just every single boy or girl that comes out of that program is academically top level. So shout out to Lance and the team there at Applecross.
Yes, the player that comes to mind is Bojana Babusic. Bojana and Strachey went off to Aquinas. Bojana came to Applecross, went through, at the time it was TE, and was a high-performing TE student. Very, very talented tennis player. Went across to, was it Berkeley, or certainly one of the very, very top colleges in America. It wasn't Stanford, it might have been Berkeley.
Not sure which one.
And then she ended up coming back and played Fed Cup. So she very, very talented, and another individual who was great ambassador for both tennis and the sport, and the work that she'd done all the way along the way. So yeah, shout out to Bodge as well.
Just needed to make that, Matty, and make Scotty come up with a passing shot there. 6-4-5-2 to the reigning MVP, S.Webster. Dalkeith need to secure this tie to make it 2 matches, all going into doubles to make it a live affair.
Yeah, I think my maths puts it as Hensman will have an advantage of 5 games.
Okay.
She rubs all 5 games up, largely on the result of the match on court 2 a minute ago, just finished a little while ago. But I think they're going to struggle to finish, I think it's, what are we nearly 4:30, and we've still got 2 doubles to play. It'll start getting dark, 6:15?
Yes.
So there's probably not a lot of time left.
No.
They do play shorter matches in the dubs though, don't they?
Yes, well, the format, they have 2 sets and a super.
That's right.
Which will help, and they'll have the short juices, so hopefully they have a short break and they can get on with the double straight after this. Oh, what a shot from Scott Webster. Great backhand down the line. Not to give away the doubles lineups, but I believe the referee pointed out that both these players are in different doubles matches this afternoon, so hence why we have to wait for the doubles to go on both courts.
Yeah, because often you'll see the second doubles go on if there's a match still playing. So I think you'll probably find both teams may rotate a specialist doubles player as well. I know Hensman are.
Very strong doubles lineup Hensman has. They hardly drop a doubles rubber all season.
So I'm sure they'll rotate in Evan Manso. Evan's delightful young man. He's at Curtin University, graduating into the year, and he'll be in the workforce next year. So his life's about to change, but delightful young man and plays a great game of doubles too.
Just Webster pulling that wide. He sure does. Great doubles. He'll be very busy up at the net. They're crossing a lot of formations, giving their hand signals. So really looking forward to seeing Evan out there.
And will Evan play in the top doubles or the second doubles, do you think?
Yeah, not sure. It's they're blessed with.
It's all a bit of cat and mouse, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. A lot of tactics involved there.
And especially at 2-2, which is what we expect the result to be.
Oh, just long there, just a little bit off balance. Just lost a little bit of concentration there, Scott Webster. Just want to tighten it up, so wants to finish strong here. But Matty will be very keen to get back in it. Won't take much to be right back in this match.
Just recomposing himself here again, Scott Webster. He missed a pretty easy ball at the net there. Just ran straight through his volley though. He got away with something there, didn't he? Came up very short on his volley. He had a volley, could have had a put away, and I think it's the break, isn't it?
That's a break of serve. Back. So things could get very interesting quickly here if Matty holds serve. There wouldn't be much in it at all. But yeah, you're right. He did get away with that one because Scotty was all over that pass and shot.
Yeah.
He should have made it.
Yeah, and he missed a dolly of a volley before that. So, and again, we're seeing the players struggle down at this northern end of the court.
You're right. All day we've seen the end that Matty Burton's down with the strong breeze behind them. They seem to be securing those games down there and then having a battle into the breeze down this end. So we'll see if Matty can play a solid game here and at least force Scott Webster to serve out the match.
And we all know that's the toughest game to play, the game you've got to serve out to win the match. So that'll be his task next.
Just long. Second serve.
You can probably hear the wind in our effects microphones now because the wind started to come up, hasn't it?
It sure has. Incredibly windy conditions late this afternoon down at Hensman Park. Just long there.
He's missed 2 first serves in a row. Really can't be afford to be doing that.
No. Oh, great point. Yeah. First class tennis from Matty Burton, executed with a great volley to finish it off. Crowd absolutely love that. Round of applause.
He did well actually because Scott chipped the forehand back defensively and it sort of really held up in the breeze there. And a lot of the average players would stand still and the ball would just drift away from him. He chased it in and he had a great ground strike.
Yeah, great depth there in the corner there, forcing a mistake from Scott Webster. So 40 love to Matthew Burton. Impressive service game so far. See if he can close it out.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit tighter, isn't it?
Sure is.
Yeah, if he makes Scott serve for it downwind and he misses a couple of serves, there may be a chance for Matt to get back into this, because I think Scott's tightening up a little bit. He's had a couple of balls there he should have made. Yep, there we go. There's the game. So we're changing 4-5 with Scott to serve for the match.
And as you pointed out before, Shane, every game could be pivotal here. It'll be very interesting to see what happens over the next couple of hours when we finish this number one singles and go into the doubles. But those games and countback that you mentioned earlier could be very important.
Yeah, well, Hensman were quite comfortable when they were talking about, if they lost this rubber between the two number ones, they lost it 4-2, they'd give them 5 games advantage. All of a sudden, he's picked up a couple of games, so it's going to put a little bit more gap between them, and tough to make up 7-8 games.
It sure is, especially in doubles, where notoriously they're very close and they're all holding serve. So let's see how S.Webster goes to see if he can level up the tie here and serve out the match.
Needs a lot of first serves, doesn't it?
Sure does.
And likewise, Matty's got to make the return. So return and serve. Wind's affecting ball toss, just gusted then.
Brilliant shot there from S.Webster. Get 15 love up. Matty did the right thing, put some good pressure on him there. But yeah, another miss first serve. So the boys will have to work on that on the training court next week and once Matty finishes his exams and work on that first serve percentage.
Yeah, you saw what happened then though. Scott missed his first serve. He went big, missed it, but his second serve climbed up very, very high on Matt. Of course, with that two-handed back, and he's hitting a two-handed back and above his shoulders, round about head height, and it came up very short. Gave Webster the chance to come in and finish the point off. Yeah, there you go. Took more of his first serve, made a first serve. Didn't have to be big. Just a breaking serve away from his forehand. 30 love.
Yeah, wonderful point there from S.Webster, showing his class. So 40 love, he's got 3 match points.
And you can see again struggling down this end. Matt's struggling to get any depth on his ground strokes, isn't he? Return of serve's coming up short, ground strokes are coming up short, and Webster's really tacking now. Match point here. Yeah, it's gone big.
Congratulations, that's a victory to S.Webster at the number 1 position. Great match there, 6-4, 6-4. A pivotal win there for Dalkeith to bring the match tie to 2 matches all. There'll be a short break and then we'll go into some live doubles actions, which is very exciting.
It'll be interesting to see whether those 2 games that he picked up when he broke and then held serve, those 2 games could be pivotal end of it. I think it puts him about 7 games up, equivalent of a set. So that could be, we'll see if that makes a difference.
Yes, no, you're right. Be very interested to see these doubles lineups, and both teams very strong in the doubles court. So yeah, the crowd will really enjoy the action here. Really looking forward to just kicking back and enjoying the doubles very shortly.
And I always love the way that everybody ducks and drakes with their teams now. Nobody wants to give anything away, and they're trying to spring a surprise so that nobody knows what they're going to come up with, and are they going to stack one doubles to win that doubles easily, and maybe not so much give away the second one, but put a less competitive pair in the second one. What are they going to do? They're going to go 2 evenly matched pairs. There's a whole lot of games, the hijinks going on behind the scenes now. And nobody's prepared to walk out in the court to give it away, are they? They're all sitting back off the court. Nobody's going to give it away. And of course, the best 2 teams last year, you'd expect it to be pretty tight and pretty close.
Yes, well, I believe last year's final did come down to a couple games, whether it was 2 or 3 games in it. So maybe we'll see a similar affair today as a repeat of last year's grand final.
Yeah. So what are we now? We're 4:30. Yeah. So we've probably got an hour and 3/4 of light left. That should be enough to get through our 2 matches. I think we're just a little bit slower here because this match, particularly the first set with Webster and Burton, it was a long first set. Wasn't a lot of quality hitting. The second set wasn't quite as long, but the first set would have been over an hour, and some high quality hitting from the backcourt from both players.
Yes, definitely. I thought Scott Webster was very impressive there. What was your highlight from that match, Shane?
I thought he changed his game. He did what he needed to do. I think that's a sign of an experienced player. He knew that he had to sort of keep the ball in play from the end with the wind, and he worked on his depth when he was pushing back into the breeze. Whereas I thought Matt was a little bit more one-dimensional, sort of tried to play the same way all the time. And he just, at the end, he just came up short on his depth into the breeze, which allowed Scott to step into the court and then sort of take the net. And he won a fair few points on those short balls towards the end there.
Yes, that's right. I thought he was very good with the wind behind his back, as you mentioned. The big kick serves, coming forward, heavy ground strokes. I thought he really used the wind very well, and smart player. And we see some of these doubles players getting ready. They're excited. They're having team huddle and tactics. They're up and about, and got a great culture here at Hensman. The crowd sticks around for the doubles, and they're all excited here. So wonderful to see.
Yeah, going back to your last point, I think with Scott Webster's experience in college, they'd talk through a lot of those plays, a lot of those strategies and those circumstances in matches, and he found a way to win in albeit pretty difficult conditions towards the end there. Whereas I think Matty, probably as good as he is, probably just lacks that experience at that level, and he'll be better for it. He'll learn, and I think certainly once his ATAR exams are over and he knows what he's doing next year, he can relax into it a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Some of the boys on these backcourts are warming up for their doubles, so we should see some new faces, and as you said earlier, some double specialists come out. So hoping to see some doubles tactics with the different formations, and tandem and I formation and squeeze and new one.
Haven't heard squeeze before.
Little variation of I formation. So they keep coming up with their new names and tactics, and got to keep track of it all. Yeah.
I remember would have been was Australian Open probably 4 or 5 years ago when Federer was out, and they called it, he had the sabre attack, stealthy attack by Roger. And I remember the sabre attack, but I have never heard squeeze before. So how does squeeze differ from the I formation that we know?
Yeah, so squeeze, it is predominantly used on the female circuit, so not commonly referred to on the male circuit, but is the variation of I formation where instead of being right there in the middle of that centre line in the service box, you're a little bit to the side, so you're trying to squeeze a return of server to go down that line.
Down the line a little bit more,
and force the error. So it would be very interesting to see what these boys come up with, because, boy, there's some special doubles players in these lineups.
Yeah, well, if you're talking about that squeeze formation, where you serve the ball becomes very important, doesn't it? Because you're basically giving away your return cross court, and you're trying to get them to hit the ball down the line. So high margins, sorry, not high margins, low margins, because you've got high part of the net, long part of the court there, so pretty tough. But giving away your cross-court return, you've really got to have faith that your serving partners can put the ball where he wants to put it, because otherwise you can open yourself up there.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I think you never go wrong in doubles where you serve down the tee, down the middle, and try and get your net partner involved as much as possible. So I think we'll see a lot of that today. We'll be short, sharp, exciting tennis, and we'll see the contrast, the singles where we saw those long pounding rallies that were quite physical, moving side to side. So short, sharp action coming up, I think we'll see, Shane.
Yeah, I don't think doubles gets the kudos that it probably deserves in tennis. I think it's a part of the game that whenever the spectators are there to watch it, they really enjoy it. I remember at Hopman Cup for many years, some of the singles were fizzes, but the doubles matches were awesome, and you get to see some real talent. Doubles matches at Grand Slam events attract really good audiences, but just don't get the top quality players playing, because most of the top players are all playing in singles draws until the end of the second week, so you don't get to see a lot of them. But there's a lot of excitement when they do play together, isn't it?
Oh, that's right. And we've really seen here in WA with John Peers, who's done so well on the double circuit, the #1 doubles player in Australia. Got a big, beautiful house down there in Sorrento that his doubles is paid for, and you can do incredibly well out of it. And Astra Sharma, the last couple of Australian Opens, done very well in mixed doubles as well.
Yeah.
And
well, look at Storm Sanders. I mean, she's had a great run through America in her doubles, and I can't remember. Do you remember the girl who she was playing with? Was it Perez?
Yes,
Ellen Perez. Yeah.
Yes.
And she's had a tremendous run in it. You can make a lot of money in doubles.
You sure can.
And of course, it's friendly in that you're travelling with your doubles partners. You're not often travelling on your own. You're travelling with your doubles partner. You've got someone to practice with all the time, and you can sort of really build up a strong friendship there.
No, that's exactly right. Storm's a great example of how beneficial doubles can be. She's done so well on the doubles circuit that she grew in confidence, and now that's really translated onto the singles court. And as we turn the camera over to the doubles match, we have Matthew Burton is straight out there with Evan Manso, doubles specialist. So didn't get much of a break there after that singles, but I guess he was warm. He's ready to keep going.
No, when you're 17 years of age, you don't need much of a break.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, so they're playing the second doubles. So who do you expect to get on the top court then?
Well, we could potentially have Austin Vos and Ethan Cook, I would think, if we see their #1 player, Matthew Burton, down playing the #2 doubles. So it'd be interesting to see.
I'm sure you'll see Ethan out there. Ethan was warming up a minute ago, so I expect him to be out there. And why wouldn't you, given his form in that singles earlier on?
That's right. Well, they've just completed the coin toss and chosen which ends they want to go from and who will serve. It's the formalities and tradition of tennis. So get underway for their 5-minute warm-up. It's interesting, the 5-minute warm-up, that someone asked Roger Federer a couple years ago about it and said, do you think it should still stick around? And he said, no, it's a waste of time. I'd rather just get on with the match, which was very interesting. But I've always wondered how much longer the 5-minute warm-up will stick around in professional tennis.
What do you think? You think they'll take it away just to speed up play? You think that's why they'll take it away?
Well, it just seems that every professional sport's getting shorter and shorter to keep it more exciting.
Yes.
We've already seen here in State League from last year the shortened format in the singles of 2 sets and a super tiebreak for the 3rd set. We've seen fast 4 tennis be introduced. Seen in cricket the transformation from test matches to one days to 2020 to the Big Bash. So every sport's looking at new and creative ways. So I just wonder if the 5-minute warm-up will continue. We will now bring over the reigning MVP. S.Webster will come and join us to have a brief chat about his match out there. Have a seat, Scott. Oh, great. Well, it's wonderful to join us, Scott, and thank you very much for your time. No, you just finished your #1 match there.
Always a pleasure to talk to you, Tommy. You know that.
Very impressed with that victory there, 6-4, 6-4. Can you talk us through the match? And you know, there's obviously a few pivotal stages there in the 4 and 4. But how did you find that match out there today?
Just my side of the court, being totally honest. I thought I was extremely flat. I thought I was extremely passive. And I'm honestly not really happy with the performance, but I guess sometimes you got to win ugly and you just got to find a way. And yeah, I'm not very happy about it. I think, but that's one of those ones. There's no pictures on the scorecard, as they say in golf, and yeah, it's just, I mean, Matt's playing well, but I don't think I did myself any favours, to be honest. Something we were talking about in the commentary booth, we thought you did really well, was handling the windy conditions. So when you were down the other end there, you're doing those big heavy kick serves, you're ripping your ground strokes, coming forward and knocking off volleys. What were you aware of those windy conditions, and what were you trying to do differently from either end? Down breeze, I thought the slice was neutralising. Honestly, I actually had the yips on the backhand just then, and I actually didn't know how to hold a two-handed backhand. I don't think I've ever shanked that many off the court. So, I was just trying to find slice backhands into the wind. You can't slice, it just sits up. And he was actually moving forward very well. He actually volleyed really well. Yeah, he was. But I gave him a lot of opportunities to move forward, and I just didn't press enough. So, down breeze, I was just trying to get him on the run, get him off balance a little bit, and up breeze, I was just trying to neutralise him, and I wasn't finding any forehands, as I think you always say. Like, when I find forehands, I play well. When I did find a forehand, I would chip it, and just need to go back to the drawing board, really. Yeah, okay, so, no, I totally agree. One thing in your game, when you are up and about and playing your best tennis, you are very physical and ripping forehands, and on the ad court, you're constantly looking to find forehands at every opportunity. It was a mix today where I agree, there was some passive tennis in there, but at times you really stepped it up, and you did use your forehand and go for a bit more. On the backhand, what's something that you're currently working on that backhand wing? It's totally a reshaping, really, because my footwork patterns are so off that I'll get to the ball and I'll be stretching out with my front foot across, and people think that that's what you do, but that's actually crossing over, and you reduce your hip movement, your ability to get low, and it just becomes handsy in a kind of scoop. So I'm really trying to change my way of moving out with my outside leg first and doing that. So obviously that's throwing me off big time, because that's a pretty tough pattern to change. And then also trying to turn my grip around a bit. I was getting a bit open, a bit like David Sanguinetti, and just kind of like hitting a two-handed slice, and it just wasn't really getting any purchase. And it's a big change, but it's also a mental thing. Like, stop trying to, I gotta start hitting the ball if I want to play at a better level. And I can win ugly, but it would be nice to put some pressure on. You are a true perfectionist, S.Webster. Yeah. You got a great win there at #1 Singles, pivotal for your team to level up the series today at 2 matches, all going into the live doubles. Good luck in the doubles match. It's a pleasure to have the reigning MVP on here for the broadcast. Well, I'm going to get an MVP if I play that again. You've been playing some sensational tennis, and thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy the doubles. Thanks, Tommy G. Thanks, mate. Well done. So that was S.Webster there, very humble there about his level of tennis, but one of the stars of State League, and very fortunate to get some insights in there with one of the top players in the league. But he's really put Dalkeith in a good position here going into these doubles matches, as we will turn over to get ready for the doubles very shortly, which should be very exciting here, as we are rejoined by Tennis West CEO, Brett Patten. Great to have you back, Brett.
Oh, it's great to be back. Thank you. Great interview there with S.Webster, just leading light in WA tennis alongside Scotty Jones. We've been really spoilt today with some great matches out here. I was just talking to S.Webster's dad, actually, about, Scott wasn't too happy with the way he played, but Matty Burton, what a wonderful competitor he is. But the conditions today have been very, very tricky, as you can see behind us. The wind is still blowing around some of the banners, and this doubles still right in the heart of this breeze as well, Tommy George.
Oh, that's exactly right. Scott is a true perfectionist, and he did get a great #1 singles win, but was not happy with his level of play. But, you know, personally, I did think he played a very solid match. You know, he beat a world-class tennis player there, 6-4, 6-4. He got his team the win. So, you know, at the end of the day, I think he should be happy once he reflects on that. But, you know, that's the great thing with these interviews. We get them straight as they come off court. But
Raw.
Yeah, raw emotion, which is the way we love it. But I think once he reflects later on, I think he'll probably be pleasantly surprised with that match, and he watches back the footage and the commentary. And well done to Scott, and he speaks so well. So pleasure to have him on.
You can see the doubles, just umpire out there, Pete, talking to all the players there, just going through what's expected of them. Tommy George, they're going to do the coin toss. Obviously, best of 3 sets. Third set is a super tiebreaker. And currently sitting at 2 rubbers apiece here between Hensman Park and Dalkeith. So really important, this top line doubles. And of course, Hensman Park sitting on top of the ladder. Dalkeith sitting in 5th spot, had their first win last week against Royal Kings Park. So they are primed and very excited about knocking over the top of the table at Hensman Park. And if they do so, they'll find themselves in the top 4, Tommy.
Oh, well, it just shows how pivotal this tie is today. They've had those nail-biting losses, so yeah, they really need to put themselves in top 4. So they're semi-finals, end of season. So it's amazing once they get to the end of the season and they do the seedings for the semi-finals and who makes it and who doesn't. And they look back at weekends like this and that one set here or the few games here or there, and it all adds up and all counts. But really excited here for the doubles, as we got James Newton serving with Offerman against Matty Burton and Evan Manso, the double specialist for Hensman today.
Evan Manso, just talking to him only half an hour or so ago, and he's yet to drop a game in his doubles. He's been one of the better doubles players in WAs for a number of years, Evan Manso, and if you didn't know that, just ask him because he'll tell you. Colourful character, it's Evan Manso.
He is quite the character. They do call him Jesus because when he's got the beard and the long hair out, he is quite the character. One of WA tennis's characters. He's very funny. But yes, he was telling me about the doubles matches that they won. Very happy with the good, great doubles.
Mike Offerman at the net there, playing alongside James Newton. Good hands, good solid. You can see them both enjoying each other's company. That's giving each other the high fives. That's we love to see that, don't we? I mean, they do. Players who come together in doubles got to be united in their approach. They've got to understand intimately what the other player's going to do. They need to be talking tactics all the time. So being as one on the court certainly helps, and geeing each other up, high fives, back slaps, a lot of come-ons, certainly helps.
You're exactly right, Brett. Late in the afternoon on a day like this, they're all tired. They've all played their singles matches. They've had big, long days. And, you know, bringing the energy at the end of the day and supporting their teammate is pivotal. See how this... Oh, Michael Offerman, if you don't mind, closes the net. Big come on and puts away the volley. Fantastic start there from the Dalkeith Dolphins.
He's up and about. He's just jogging around at the change of ends, Michael Offerman, the good doctor. He's grabbing the water. Plenty of voice out there.
Yeah, they know there's a big opportunity to beat the reigning champions, top of the table, Hensman Park, at their own club. This would be quite the victory. So, you know, this would go down in the history books as one of the great wins. So they're going to bring it all out there and leave no stone unturned here in these doubles. So very exciting. Manso to serve.
And bragging rights, obviously, too, between the two teams. Come finals time, it's really important. Wins on the board do go a long way psychologically. Backhand error by Matty Burton. That's that two-hander volley again that we saw him play in the singles.
Yes, I would love him to change that backhand volley, just the traditional method. I think there's been a few mistakes there off that backhand volley, just not quite getting the purchase on the ball there, and love to see a little technical change there as soon as his exams are out of the way.
Just talking, so you can see the hand signals from Matt Burton. He's going body. Is the ball he wants. That's what he's asked for.
Oh,
great doubles.
Yeah. Evan Manso putting away that smash. Good tennis all round. Just going back to Matty Burton's volley there. Just in the singles match, he had a couple of backhand volleys and just didn't quite have the penetration or stick through the court where it sat up, and really cost him there. And Webster with the passing shot gave him a bit of time. So they're the little things to really take you to the the top 100 in the world, and he'll need to address those and make sure he's got the full complement of shots that are all world class.
Words from Tommy George, Tennis Australia High Performance Academy Manager. Hope you're enjoying today's broadcast, brought to you by Scotty's Media, Tomio Yamazaki and Scott Walsh, of course, live streaming through the West Australian newspapers. We're incredibly proud of the work that Tennis West have been doing with all the media, trying to get as much exposure for our local leagues and local competitions and tournaments as we possibly can. Great athletes coming out of the WA High Performance Tennis Academy, and we want to make sure that aspiring juniors can look up to that highest level in WA and hopefully emulate and play in the state leagues and some of these competitions one day.
Exactly right, Brett. It's really important for the juniors to see the pathway, and the media exposure that tennis in WA is getting is just fantastic. Everyone around the water cooler, at work, at the local clubs are all talking about the state league coverage, the great partnership with the West Australian. It is amazing, and a lot of credit there to Scotty's Media and Tomio Yamazaki for the great work and their tireless efforts that give up every weekend to come out and set it all up. So thank you to them.
So with the lob, good hands by James Newton at the net. And James comes into this match, although Michael Offerman hasn't played a lead-up singles, he's opted to play doubles today. He's come out there with plenty of energy, plenty of brim, and you can hear the crowd, the Hensman Park crowd, getting right behind their players. They know the importance of this match out here. I mean, this is bragging rights, Tommy George, no doubt about that. 2 singles apiece heading into this doubles.
Sure is. As No1 Doubles gets underway, Ethan Cook to serve.
He's completely missed that, if you don't mind, Tommy George. Haven't seen that for a while.
Well, Aussie Vos will not want that one replayed, and I'm sure his mates will replay that many times.
He couldn't have got an easier volley. He took the biggest swing you've ever seen. It was like he was chopping down a tree and completely mishit, caught the top edge of the ball.
Good to see him having a chuckle, because he is a world-class doubles player. No one's perfect.
Made a miss. Same shot, better executed. High fives all around from Austin Vos.
And there he goes, and he puts away the good
big
forehand
smile as he
volley
runs down to the back of the court too. He saw the funny side of that first volley that he missed.
And these two here, Ethan Cook and Austin Vos, have been cleaning up in the adult money tournaments. So their bank balance is getting bigger and bigger because they basically can't lose in those tournaments. They're very impressive doubles team. They've got great chemistry. They really support each other, very positive. Saw them doing their warm-up before, reflex volleys, very active. So we'll expect a very high level from these boys today.
Always talking, always looking at ways to support each other on court. Ethan Cook serving. Overplayed return, no. Serve was long. S.Webster called it. You can see both boys determining where they're going to serve it, where they're both moving. Great lob, just a little long.
Oh, just a little long.
And you can see the boys both trotting back like a couple of prize show horses on the toes, just giving each other encouragement.
Good to see Josiah Tyson out here for the doubles. He's been with the club a long time, former captain. Josiah returning serve here. Yeah, great return there. Big heavy forehand, forces a mistake from Ethan Cook.
Wind a little swirly, but has died down considerably since the end of the singles.
Oh, what a shot from Scott Webster. Aussie made the move and crossed, and I think Webster read that one early, and he executed a big forehand down the line. Just so quick to come over and give him a high five.
And I just rugging up here in the commentary booth. It's a little bit chilly out here in the shade, isn't it? In the sun, there's a nice little bit of heat, but sitting underneath the canopy in the cold, we are fully rugged up. Tommy George.
Yeah,
good hands. Oh, if you don't mind, the low five as well, as the both boys gee up after winning that opening game. Sitting down with plenty of vim, energy.
Yes, that was great first game of doubles there. We really saw everything there. Very cold, you're right, Brett. I'm looking forward to tonight and rugging up, putting on the heater and enjoying some Kimmy's Kitchen. As we move over to the number 2 doubles match, we have Matthew Burton to serve.
Again, just interrupting that ball toss. The wind is playing havoc out there in the second court. Offerman pushing that backhand wide, the off backhand from Offerman.
Good pressure from Manso, who's creeping across there, so I think Offerman thought he really had to do more than he thought there, so Scott Webster to serve, number 1 doubles. Yeah, good return from Ethan Cook. Ethan Cook is quite the doubles player. Had a lot of success the last few years with Ethan Dunn, who he regularly played with, and a lot of national success. Ethan Dunn now at college in America, and new doubles partner Austin Vos. They're doing very well.
Beautiful backhand volley down the line, just parting the tram lines there past Ethan Cook. Experienced hands there from Scotty Webster.
Yeah, really, really great volley there. I mean, years of travelling around with John Peers and doing doubles drills every single day. He's a hell of a doubles player himself, Scotty Webster.
Nice hands, Austin Vos. I was talking to Scott Webster's father just before we jumping back on into the commentary booth, talking about the background of the boys. 3 Webster brothers. The oldest brother loves his soccer. He's a goalkeeper playing at college in the US. Played a bit of tennis, but he found his calling in soccer. And his father, he coaches a Premier League, State League soccer team as a goal coach. Good hands, Austin Vos, just the big come on as well. Again, starting to see that Americanisms creep in, some of the college behaviours. But you love to see the energy. Tommy, you speak about this often.
Love to see the energy. Strong sporting heritage there in the Webster family. Very impressive. Played golf a few weeks ago with Scott Webster's dad, and very enjoyable down there at Cottesloe. Wonderful family.
The top of the net. You're getting around too, Tommy G. You're playing golf with some of your students, parents, and you're also going to Kimmy's Kitchen, which sounds like the best place to be in town tonight.
Sure is. Hard to beat Kimmy's Kitchen.
Pushing that serve long. Scott Webster, second serve, on serve. Early stage of the first set. There it is. First break, 2-love to the the Hensman Park duo. You can hear Scotty just frustrated, talking under his breath.
Yeah, he's not happy with that one. Normally makes that volley. Just the pressure there of just made returns. Doesn't have to be anything special, but just return after return that's just made. Eventually, if you keep knocking on the door, you're going to get through. So, you know, credit to Austin Vos and Ethan Cook there for a solid game. So, find themselves 2-love up.
Yeah, lovely. It's going to be hard to break. Austin Vos certainly serving downwind, and the movement of Ethan Cook at the net Big first serve and nice high volley just to close that point out. Going to be a tough pairing, certainly, for Scotty Webster and Josiah Tyson from Dalkeith.
Classic doubles there. Big first serve tee and then putting away the volley. Yep.
As quick as he hit a good shot, he's come back with a very poorly executed high backhand volley, keeping the returning side in it.
That's right, commentator's curse. I did like that tactic from Scott Webster and Josiah Tyson, and they're doing it again. The first serve, they're staying back, which because Austin has such a big, powerful first serve.
Just a little long. Just put that ball up high. The wind almost dragged that back into court. Good hands though, you're right. Giving the service a different look. Both the returner standing back.
Yeah, I do like that when someone like Austin serves so well and Ethan's moving, just gives them a bit more time. Second serve, Josiah will move on in and put a bit of pressure on him. Ooh, just wide.
The throw to the racket. Ethan Cook. Can't miss him. Bright orange racket. What do you think about the fashion for the rackets nowadays? A lot of colours come out. Head do like to, and there's a lot of the pro players that use this particular racket that Ethan Cook is, the bright orange racket. There was Wilson brought out the bright greens and reds and blues.
Yes, I like it. I like a bit of flair. Very flamboyant now with all the bright colours and even the clothes and everything that keep coming out. But it's amazing with all the advances in technology. Oh, just long there from Josiah. All the advances in technology, a lot of the pros are very similar models to some of the original great rackets. So the Head Prestige, the Dunlop 200G, Wilson Pro Staff, Prince Graphite. So, you know, over the years, there really haven't been too many changes. There are the extreme paint jobs, as you mentioned, with the bright orange Ethan Cook has, or Austin Vos, the blue, but they really haven't changed too much. So very interesting that a lot of the pros still have similar models. I know, Roger Federer's racket is very similar to the one he used from, 15, 20 years ago.
I know that Roger did make a decision to go to a bigger head, and that has helped him, particularly from the back of the court, on the backhand wing against the likes of Novak and Rafa.
Oh, what
the
a
boys,
volley.
good deep volley.
The Parkers are up and about. They're very happy. Great volley. 3-0 up. As we move on over to the number 2 doubles match. Close one here with 3 games to 2. Looks like it's on serve. Evan Manso serving. Double specialist for the Parkers.
Nice high forehand volley. Matthew Burton. Good serve there to position from Evan Manso. Evan closer to the camera with the man bun. He's been rocking a man bun for a good couple of years.
Sure has. At least he's
serves him well.
He's trimmed that beard. He had quite the beard 6 months ago.
One of his favourite footballers was Nat Fyfe. Beautiful return, Offerman, and then the high put away from James Newton. Geez, he's been impressive today, James Newton.
Back to the number 1 doubles.
Nice hands, good court movements, Scotty Webster. Good athleticism, get back on that high lob attempt by Austin Vos.
Must-win game for Dalkeith at this number 1 position, finding themselves 3 love down. They cannot afford to go down 2 breaks of serve. Aussie and Ethan are, well, much too good if they're up 2 breaks, so you can kiss the set goodbye.
Oh, lovely early return of serve on the forehand wing. Austin Vos just stepped in, no backswing, no follow through, really just blocked that forehand return.
Sure did, used to absorb the pace and redirect it, and a big come on. They're in the zone, the boys. Dalkeith they're going to have to come up with a solution and try something different here.
Dalkeith furthest from the camera, serving. Currently down 3 games to love in the opening set It's number 1 doubles.
Just mishit that a little bit. So S.Webster right on top of the net. One of the big advantages is you got the easier volley because you're close to the net, but the disadvantage there is you just don't have as much time to prepare. So just got caught a little bit off guard there on the quick return there from Cookie.
Catching the net.
Everything's going their way. As they say, fortune favours the brave. He took a big cut at it and he went at it and he got the lucky net cord. But was it lucky when you put in all the hard work off court?
Still lucky. Great hands. Josiah Tyson just got that ball behind him and made a winner out of it. But I think it's interesting, some of the nuances of tennis. If you do get a let cord, you generally apologise for getting a let cord. But the reality is you're not. You're out there to win every point. And you're not really apologising for getting a dead let cord or a lucky shank.
That's exactly right. Perception's everything. So the crowd and players can say, oh, I'm so sorry, but secretly you're given a big internal come on.
The I formation here for the Dalkeith duo. The I formation. I like to see that tactic. That gives the serving duo an opportunity just to confuse the returners somewhat. The I formation as the server stands directly in line with his partner. The partner pops down to the middle of the court. I formation, Dutch wink, there's a couple of different names for it.
Oh, what
don't mind the off backhand. Of course, these are short juices, sudden death juices. The returner gets the chance to opt for which side the server needs to serve, and on this occasion they went the forehand wing and made it up. Beautiful backhand cross to go up 4-love in this opening set.
What a great decision from Hensman Park to take that short juice on that side, because it really paid off. Everything is going their way. They're winning all the important points. It's definitely a deceiving scoreline, because it could easily be 2 games all, but they find themselves up 4 games to love. Second serve.
Serve was a little long. Ethan Cook serving. Hensman Park, bright orange racket. Nice kick serve, just got away from Tyson. Josiah. Ball comes all the way down into the commentary booth.
Love.
Just running for balls here as well. We're doing everything in the commentary booth today. Great return a serve from Scotty Webster.
15 all. It's great to see crowd, the bars open, people getting a glass of wine, got some nibbles. It's really enjoying themselves.
We've enjoyed the call. Hope everyone, the broadcast, enjoyed the call as well. Beautiful down the line, Josiah Tyson. It's been a riveting day here through the West Australian Newspaper live stream. We're taking the stream all the way through the Australian WA Summer of Tennis. Looking forward to bringing you the semis, the finals. Both across men's and women's state league.
Yeah, good classic doubles there, very good. The boys were just watching the number 2 doubles. There's a brilliant point over there. You would have heard the crowd in the background going absolutely bananas. Ethan Cook to serve. Great vision of him up close. Just long there, but he does have very good technique on his serve. Love seeing that close-up vision. Oh, what a move.
Lovely cross to Austin Vos, just letting the crowd know who's in control here. The big come on, the fist.
Aussie Vos is on fire in this doubles match. Getting active out there.
Big tall lad, 6'5", probably in the old scale. Big serve, big from the back of the court. The one-hander is probably one of the only athletes I've seen with a one-hander of his generation. They generally play with a two-hander on the backhand wing.
Yeah, it's very rare now, Brett, to see the one-handers. I know when you were growing up in Geraldton, probably would have been almost 100% one-hand backhands. But out of all the state league players here today, I believe he is the only single-hand player.
Yep.
And on the professional circuit, we move our attention to the number 2 doubles. Oh, Evan Manso, if you don't mind, what a volley, great reflexes. Professional circuit, top 100 males in the world, I believe only 7 or 8 have one-hand backhand. So it's really becoming obsolete. It's a bit like a manual car. It's just completely been eradicated. So, and you see in the junior programs, if there's someone with a one-handed backhand, you almost do a double take. Someone asked me the other day who was the last player in your national development squad with a one-hand backhand, male or female, and I did have to think for a few minutes who it was, and it was Mohan Das from a couple of years ago. So that just shows out of 90 kids that come through every week, every single one has a double hand backhand.
Wow, yeah, tremendous statistics. Yeah, when my era, everyone was one-handed, and slowly, coaches, everyone who picks up a racket now, they move to that two-hander.
Yes, it is quite remarkable, that change and shift in professional tennis.
5 games to love to the Hensman Park boys on the top court. Scotty Webster serving, trying to keep his team in it. Of course, best of 6 matches out here today. First team to win 4 matches wins the day. If it's 3 matches apiece, it comes down to sets. If the sets are level, it'll come down to games. So all important, these sets.
It's a really good point, Brett. So being 5 live down here, every game counts. So, you find yourself down a couple games. At the end of the day, you'll be thinking, oh, that short juice we had and that missed volley and that one little opportunity. So even if you go down, you want to make sure you keep the scoreline tight, because it really could matter at the end result.
Webster serving.
Oh,
lovely flick cross-court back and very Pat Cash-like, just that wrist snap right in front of Josiah Tyson.
It really was. We just need to put a black and white checkered headband on him and he'd be Pat Cash out there. But I thought Webster did well, good reflexes to make that volley, but Aussie too good with that little flick.
Oh, they're going for the tandem. Oh, lovely play, and Aussie Vos getting up and about. Great entertaining doubles out here. And Scotty Webster just letting us know there's been a few let cords for the Hensman Park boys. Beside Tyson and Scotty just talking, trying to get themselves together again. A few tactics. A little bit of conjecture over where the ball's gone.
Just trying to get the right ball back here.
A lot going on, a lot of voice out here on this top court.
The
ball falls short from the social player, just throwing it over the top of the fence now. Gee whiz, I tell you what, the intensity hasn't died down any.
No, really, the intensity's through the roof. I think you're right. I think we'll have to start calling Aussie Vos Pat Cash from now on after that last couple of points. Josiah's got to make that volley. Good serve from Webster. Gave him the right volley. That's all right. That's all right. Next one. Onwards and upwards.
It's love 40. 3 set points for the Hensman Park duo. All important, getting sets on the board.
Scott Webster is the reigning MVP, but I would have to say so far in his doubles, Paddy Cash, Aussie Vos is best on court. He cannot do a foot wrong, apart from that opening point.
In fact, the second court, Evan Manso and Matty Burton won the opening set against Offerman and Newton.
Double fault.
And by virtue of winning that set and the other court winning their set, Hensman Park cannot lose on the day. So they'll play these matches out because every tie you win, you get 2 points. And the winning team on the day gets an additional 8 points, all very important towards the end of the season.
That's right. As we turn our attention to the number 2 doubles, Evan Manso serving second serve, just waiting for the signal from Matty Burton. And just wide there, good pressure, good serve, big heavy kicker. I did like on that number 1 doubles, the last point of that set, even though it was a double fault, S.Webster and Josiah Tyson trying something different. They tried tandem there, where Josiah was on the same side as Scotty. So they're trying to be creative and come up with something new. Back to Evan Manso serving.
Good hands at the net, just pushing that a little long with the breeze, flying beyond the baseline by about 2 feet. Evan Manso, Matty Burton right on top of this match, opening stage of the second set. And again, high put away volley from Evan Manso, just really showing the court craft in doubles. Yet to be defeated in doubles this year, Evan Manso.
And I think this is a little snippet and snapshot into why they are the defending champions and they haven't lost any doubles rubbers. Their doubles is just so strong.
So they've got good combinations, good depth at Hensman Park. And it really does come down to doubles. Comes down to the depth. You can have the best player in WA winning all the matches at number 1. But unless you got depth, Tommy George, it doesn't really mean too much. It is a team game, State League, 4 in a team, 4 singles, 2 doubles every round. I've seen some of the best players go through for many years and not ever win a State League title because they just didn't have the depth in their team.
Yes, they certainly have the depth, and what a scary proposition for the other teams in the competition when you add in Rhys Johnson and James Connolly into these doubles form mixes as well. So, geez, they can get even stronger, believe it or not, in the doubles pairings.
Tell you what I can smell is some of the sausage sizzle going on in the background, just wafting across here in the broadcast position. Beautiful forehand from James Newton.
Yeah, looking forward to a snag with you at the end of the broadcast, Brett. It's
a bit like Lady and the Tramp, 1 snag, 2 blokes just eating from the opposite ends, meeting in the middle.
Second set, Austin Vos to serve. Oh, Ozzy tried to leave it, but just grabbed his racket. Huge commands over in the number 2 doubles.
Well, having said what I said before about Hensman can't lose, if they lose these 2 doubles, they will lose. So there's still plenty of tennis in front of both Hensman Park and Dalkeith.
Yes, I have seen stranger things happen.
Aussie Vos just firing up again. Sends another bomb down, just off.
Gotta love that intensity. You can see S.Webster shaking his head there, but you just gotta love when players bring that passion. It's infectious.
In the second court, after winning the first set, the Hensman Park boys, Ed Manso and Matty Burton have dropped their opening game of the second set, down to break.
What a shot from Josiah Tyson. He really flushed that, took it early right out of the middle. He's very happy with that. That will be on replay many times tonight, I dare say.
Big serve down the tee, and Austin Vos, I should say, just giving the fisting to the crowd.
Yeah.
Just letting them know he's in and about.
He really is huge, and the Parkers, they all got up and about. A couple of people got up out of their chairs. Big commands.
Big crowds here today.
Yeah,
Park.
Great crowd.
Good depth, right on the baseline. Good high lob. Oh, just kamikaze style. Scotty Webster just leaning in on that smash. He was almost taken out by that overhead from Ethan Cook. Such is the commitment to Dalkeith. Just asking you of a call on that baseline. Tommy George, you saw it good?
Just caught the line, just skidded off. Unintentional, almost a tube there. Just Webster caught in the way there of the smash. Net cord.
Aussie Vos serving furthest from the camera. Hensman. They won the opening set 6-0. Catching the top of the tape. Nice return. S.Webster down at the incoming feet of Aussie Vos.
Yeah, great doubles return. That was what the Woodies did so well, just consistent returns right on the shoelaces time and time and time again.
Caught up with Matt Ebden throughout the week. He was hitting down at the State Tennis Centre, and I was intrigued to ask him about some of the combinations and the partnerships that he's had in the last 12 months. He played a lot with John Patrick Smith. Of course, he plays now with Max Purcell. And I know he had a lot of success with JP Smith. I think they made a semis of the US and quarters of the US and a semis of the Australian, and throughout some of the lower tier tournaments doing very well together, but just playing that half volley long, dropping his opening serve.
And the boys put their arms in the air because they're happy that they're on the board.
Got a nice start to this second set, and I did ask him, I said, so what's your partnerships looking like for this coming season? He said, you know, it's a funny situation with doubles. You've got to look at their individual doubles rankings, and then you've got to look at your paired doubles rankings, and you've got to make some assertions and some judgments around who you want to be playing with. To get into the bigger tournaments, it's better going one way or the other way. So, I mean, you talk about the Woodies and those doubles players, the Bryan brothers, that always played together. I mean, it's almost few and far between, particularly if you're outside the top 15 in the world in doubles. They do tend to chop and change a little bit.
That's right. It's very rare, the Bryan brothers or Woodies, where you have a long period of longevity and success where there are no injuries and you can play with each other. Obviously, Todd Woodbridge had to find a new partner when Woodford retired, and he had all the successful years with Jonas Bjorkman, but that is very common. It's notorious that there's huge turnover on the double circuit because they need to find way into the draw. Once the singles players want to enter the doubles, that pushes a lot of them out. So basically, it's a dog-eat-dog world where they just need to find a partner to get into the draw. Yeah, good point from Ethan Cook there, love 15. So they're quite relentless here, Austin Vos and Ethan Cook in this match. But Matthew Ebden, very underrated doubles because he's been a singles player his whole career. He's an exceptional doubles player. He's won an Australian Open mixed doubles championships with
lost to a final last year,
and lost in the final last year with Stosur. So he won that mixed title with Jamila Jadisova. And he is a great doubles player, so it'll be great to see him the next few years add in a lot of doubles, and as you mentioned, a lot of success with JP Smith. So, you know, he's got good hands, good volleys, great returns, hits his points on his serve, so he's very accurate on the serve, so it wouldn't surprise me if he wins another Grand Slam doubles title. He's already got the mixed. We've seen with John Peers a lot of different partners the last couple of years.
Swinging serve, just toss it a little bit low there for Josiah.
Very low ball toss.
Really snatching at that first and second serve, wasn't he? Low toss caused by the challenges with this wind.
Yeah, he'd really like to see that ball toss go a few feet higher because he's a tall, strong lad, not maximising his height there. Really want that contact point right up higher in a straight arm, and you know, want that trajectory is like jump straight down into the service box. Too low. good doubles all around, all 4 players there.
I think if Austin could have that shot back again, he really pushed a slice forehand rather than going after it. If he had gone after it and tagged it, it would have been a different result. But he doesn't do the slice forehand quite often. It's reminiscent of the great Pam Shriver, who played with Martina Navratilova. Just that chip forehand. You don't see that anymore.
Very rare now. Personally not a fan of the slice forehand. If you're completely on the run and there's no other option, I don't mind the slice forehand or squash shot, but when you've got time to set up, I'd like to see them ripping a heavy forehand, good racket head speed, good technique.
Talking with her serving. Josiah, Tyson, Dalkeith, and again really struggling on serve with the breeze, Josiah, as we see a breaker serve, break back, early stages of this second set. Dalkeith losing the opening set 6 games to love. It's back on serve here, got an early break, but it's back on serve here with the Hensman Park duo of Ethan Cook and Austin Vos.
As you said earlier, it's not a break of serve until you hold your own serve, and we just saw that there.
You can hear the crowd getting right behind Matty Burton and Evan Manso on the second court. Ethan Cook serving, closest to the camera, bright orange racket, Hensman Park. Beautiful. Oh, yes. Really geeing each other up. What were you like on the doubles court? I mean, you were a prodigious winner of junior events all the way through, part of the Australian Institute of Sport. Yeah. Did you give a lot of the come-ons? Who was your doubles partner throughout those years?
I was lucky in juniors in Australia, had a very good doubles partner, Mark Kimmich, Queenslander. So we won the under-16 doubles nationals, where he basically would play the ad court and would not miss a backhand return and would allow me to cross. So thank you to Mark for that title. But no, growing up in Canberra, we really emphasised doubles a lot. I think that's really important. And then in college tennis, I was very lucky to play with Andy Colombo, who won the NCAA doubles title the previous year. So he was a big flamboyant character from New York, 6'6", huge booming serve. Used to paint his shoes gold because he said he was the Michael Johnson of NCAA college tennis. The typical New York character. But I just really personally enjoy doubles because tennis is a lonely sport, individual sport, so I like the camaraderie and being with a teammate and having a bit of fun out there.
The words of Tommy George, High Performance Academy Manager for Tennis Australia. As you just heard, Australian over 16 doubles champion. Great volley.
Great
Josiah
volley.
Tyson just sat on top of the net. Good return from S.Webster, set up that opportunity.
It's an important point, Brett, with the doubles and the team aspects. With through the Kent Yamazaki and Bob Brett Foundation, Tomio's been running team-based, level-based events which have mixed doubles and traditional doubles, and the kids give a lot of positive feedback, and they love the doubles element. I think that's why college tennis is so popular. So it's really important with Tennis Australia coming out with the competitive play blueprint, and Callum Beale and others behind that there are more team-based and doubles competitions throughout the calendar. So
if you don't mind, world class.
You are kidding me.
Very Andre Agassi-like.
We've got it on camera. And S.Webster's asking on recording.
He'll no doubt he'll be recording that over and over and over again. That was world class. That was reminiscent of Andre Agassi playing that against Alex Corretja in the quarterfinals at the US Open back in the 90s. Such was the prowess and the great ball striking of S.Webster.
Big shout out to Scotty's girlfriend watching in Melbourne, Gabby de Silverfick. You just saw your boyfriend hit probably one of the best shots we've ever seen in our lives. Hope you're training hard there in Melbourne and looking forward to watching you play the Oz Open and having a big year next year. But I cannot wait to watch that repeat of that shot. That'll be shot of the year for sure.
Well, Scotty will claim it as shot of the year. Well, there's been a few contenders today. Oh, there we go. Good hold from Ethan Cook, Aussie Vos, albeit from the heroics from S.Webster. He just couldn't get a breaker serve as we skip across to court number 3. Evan Manso overplaying. That lob was James Newton. Jimmy Neutron, such as the speed and quicks around the court from young James Newton. He's a terrific young player. Gee whiz, we've been spoilt today with the quality of these matches out here at Hensman Park Tennis Club. As the wind starts to pick up again, a little bit swirly. Manso serving from Hensman Park. Great return, James Newton living up to the billing. One of the best young bright talents in WA. Of course, top billing in the West Australian newspaper today. Nice backhand photo. Action shot of James Newton.
Yeah, wonderful publicity around a great young kid, and he's handled himself very well today. Oh, just long there. James obviously formerly played for Hensman Park and then playing against his former teammates. 6-3, 3-1 to Hensman in that number 2 doubles match.
Scotty Webster just asking us whether we had some lollies on offer. He's a little bit shaky. Obviously the sugar's a little bit low. He's eating a banana at the moment. Tommy George just going to seek some sugar for Scotty. Aussie Vos just smashing it over the back fence, and it's running all the way down to the boundary for the proverbial 4 runs. Hensman Park team right on top here, winning the opening set 6-0. Josiah Tyson, just former captain of the Dalkeith, just having a quick chat to us. Josiah, you need to lift here. Colourful characters all through WA State League. Hope you're enjoying this broadcast, brought to you by the West Australian live streaming through the newspapers. Thanks to Scotty's media, Scotty Walsh, Tomio Yamazaki. Here right across this summer, bringing you the men's and women's State League. Good serve, swinging serve down the middle. Today's match played at the beautiful Hensman Park Tennis Club, in the heart of South Perth. There's been a big crowd here today, enjoying men's State League and the Division 1 girls, and some social play as well. Tommy George just rejoins us back in the booth after running out a packet of lollies. A little bit of sugar to Scotty Webster. Nicely played, good hands.
Very funny from Scott Webster.
Just talking with Josiah, just talking about where they want to serve, where they want to move. Big part of the doubles is the tactics now. It's not just about serving and moving forward. There's so much more that goes on in the game of doubles. The I formation. Forcing the error from Austin Vos. Good thinking, good strategy, good planning. You can hear the boys talking just off camera here, talking about where they want to be serving and moving. Dalkeith currently trailing 2-1 in this second set, losing the first set 6-0 to the Hensman Park #1 duo. Nice serve down the tee, hold Scotty Webster, 2 games apiece here in the second set. We skip across to court number 3. Beautiful play by James Newton. Hensman currently leading by a set and 4-1 in the second quarter. If they tie that, second tie in doubles up. By virtue of the Hensman Park duo on the top court winning 1 set, they will win the day. Still a lot of tennis to be played though, Tom George.
Yes, a lot of work to do here for the Dolphins to get back in this. Hensman off to a great start in both of these doubles matches. Great communication from James Newton and Michael Offerman on that previous point. James said, leave it, nice and loud, and his partner listened.
Nice hands, good camaraderie out there. A lot of fist pumping. Matty Burton serving for the match. And Manso on track to continue his unbeaten record here in State League doubles, start of this season.
And won't he tell us?
Oh, don't worry. He won't miss us on the way out. First serve fault. Matty Burton serving, second serve. A little bit of cat and mouse here. Beautiful hands, James Newton, Matty Burton with a big forehand. Down the line attempt, unfortunately missed wide by James Newton. 30 love, 2 points away from closing out this second doubles tie for the Hensman Park duo.
Took the words right out of my mouth. The cat and mouse there, little dinks to each other. It's like a chess match out there.
Love. Moments away here from the Dalkeith team going down to Hensman Park in the second doubles tie. Matty Burton serving. False start, a few of those today with the ball toss. Long. Burton serving to James Newton, two good mates. Oh, go after that second serve. Nothing to lose. Up 40 love, 40-15. Still 2 match points, tie points for the Hensman Park duo. Boys just getting together. Evan Manso with the man bun. Matty Burton serving to give Hensman Park a 3 rubbers to 2 unassailable lead. And Offerman hitting a beautiful forehand return down the line. I'm not sure he planned it to go down the line, but
a little bit of a miss hit, but he'll take it.
Absolutely, got past Evan Manso at the net. Another match point still, third match point for Hensman Park. Great return. Oh, if you don't mind. In fact, it wasn't match point. We've lost track of score over here. It must be 5 games to 2 change of ends after winning the first set, 6 games to 3.
Okay, back to the number 1 doubles match. Great return, but Josiah needs to get in a bit quicker there. He's taken that half volley right on the service line. He needs to just move in a bit sharper than that and try and get that on the full, be inside the service box for that volley.
S.Webster is setting up for the hot dog there between the legs, made famous by Yannick Noah back in the 80s. It's become mainstay now on the men's tour, the between the legs. If the ball goes over the head, they run back and try to flick it between the legs.
Sure has. Our own Tristan Skulko, I think, is the best hot dog shot I've ever seen. He pulls out a tweener every match. We would go back over for the number 2 doubles match.
Looking at the closing moments, Michael Offerman serving from Dalkeith. Matthew Burton playing a very unusual forehand there, directly under the net. Hensman Park duo closest to the camera, currently leading by 6-3 and 5 games to 2. This forehand return, Evan Manso. He misses very few forehand returns. Still, they've got plenty of gap between the Hensman duo and the Dalkeith duo. opportunity to serve the match out if they don't break serve here. See the shades creeping across the court. Court's been bathed in sunshine all afternoon. Just starting to creep across with the shadows at the moment. Camera on Matty Burton, looking to return. Nice, well played, Offerman. Holding serve, making the Hensman Park duo serve it out. Evan Manso hasn't been troubled on serve. Into the breeze throughout this doubles today. See if he can hold his temperament. You're hearing Ethan Cook with a big come on the first court.
Well left from Evan Manso, good serve. God, he's got a wonderful technique on that serve, very natural.
15 love, serving for the match. 5 games to 3 after winning the first set. Lovely off forehand by James Newton. Gee, he's been on fire today, Jimmy Newton.
He really has.
16-year-old Christchurch student, one of the best players in WA for his age and nationally.
Yes.
Coached by Ash and Brad Dye, Greenwood Tennis Club. $15 all. If you don't mind, he's just hit almost the impossible shot there. Caught that half volley behind himself to get it out in front of Matty Burton for the winner, 15-30. Evan Manso just saying way too good, Jimmy. Acknowledging the great play as we see Evan and Matt talking about where they want to serve. Evan yet to drop serve here, down 15-30. Let. First serve.
Out, yes!
All the talking going on between Evan and Matt. Nervous stages of the second set. First serve fault. Lovely return, James Newton, been on song today. Need to do a little bit more with that second serve, particularly to James.
Yeah, great return there from James.
15-40.
Took it nice and early.
Break back points here, opportunity for the Dalkeith duo. And there it is, if you don't mind. More twists and turns in today's play than we would have thought. Break a serve, back on serve there in the second set. 5 games to 4 to Hensman Park after winning the first set. 6 games to 3. Ethan Cook serving. Top court, number 1 court, alongside Alston Vos. For Hensman Park, they currently lead 6 games to love. And 3 games to 1 in the second set. Serve down the middle. Where have you seen the difference between the combinations today, Tom George?
Been very impressed with the Hensman combinations. They put a lot of thought into their combinations and their tactics that they use and their training sessions through the week. And as we mentioned earlier, they play the local tournaments together, so they have that chemistry and they put in the hours on court. But I've been impressed with the variety in formations and constant and just the energy. You see another big come on and high five from them that, you know, they're just really leaving it all out there. So we move over to the number 2 doubles match.
Dalkeith serving back in this match. 4 games to 5. Dropped the first set, 6 games to 3. Just broke the Hensman Park duo. James Newton serving closer to the camera. And a sliding second serve out wide for an ace. You can see Evan Manso just ducking his head going, how did that happen?
Took the gamble and it paid off. Very sneaky there from James Newton. Good aggression.
Again, 30 love. Matty Burton just crying out in anguish. feeling he should have made that return of serve? Offerman and Newton talking tactics. There it is, the hot dog. If you don't mind, just between the legs, James Newton playing to the crowd on that occasion. Up, back on serve and 30 love up. He thought he'd give it a chance. He did. He hit it very well.
When you're full of confidence, you're full of confidence, as S.Webster says. When you're hot, you're hot. That was a great tweener. He's really up and about, little Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah, he's really putting on a show, isn't he? After his big full page photo in the West Australian today, he's certainly lived up to the hype in today's match against Rhys Johnson and playing wonderful doubles out here late in the second set.
Your day could not get any better. You're in the West Australian. There's a big article. You go out and beat an NCAA champion. You're out here at a beautiful club playing the sport you love.
And Hungry Jack's on the way home. Perfect day.
Exactly right. What dreams are made of.
Beautifully struck backhand. James Newton putting on an absolute clinic out here of clean ball striking. And you can see Offerman getting around him. Wants to jump on the Newton train. Really just lifted their tempo, the Dalkeith duo, in this closing stage of the second set. Top court. Score is 6-love 5-2. Moments away for the Hensman Park duo, closing this match out. Lovely half volley, good run down, beautiful hands at the net, good all-court play, holding serve there. Scotty Webster forcing the Hensman Park duo to serve this match out. Austin Vos hasn't dropped serve all day in today's doubles, serving for the match 6-love 5-3. Great lob, Scotty Webster into the teeth of the breeze too. That landed mid-court, but such was the elevation and the ball just being blown back into court. Wonderful timing.
Yeah, great shot from Scotty there. See if they can break back. Need a couple breaks. Good classic
nice
doubles.
High volley. Ball's just jumped the fence again. A couple of hundred spectators here all clamouring for that ball. They might want to get a signed ball. 15 points apiece. Austin Vos serving furthest from the camera for Hensman Park. Serving to Josiah Tyson on screen. Oh, the high backhand volley. Another ball gone over the fence. 15-30. Again, it's very hard to close matches out, Tom George. It's not the first set. It's the closing stages of the winning to tie, and it does become a little bit tight. We're seeing that right now with the Hensman Park duo on both courts.
Sure is. So much on the line for all these players that now they're thinking about the finish line. It's not so easy.
15-30 all, and you can see what that meant to Austin. He gives the big come on, 30 points apiece. Serving at 5-3 after winning the opening set, 6-love. Very hard to close these matches out.
The big boom in serve there from Austin Vos. Coach James Connolly was wrapped with that big smile on the sideline.
He's gone tee all day, Austin. See if he goes there again. And does. To success as well. 40-30 match point for this doubles.
Well called, Brett. He's been loving that big serve down the tee. See what he comes up with here.
Look out for the big celebrations if they get this point. The Hensman Park team. Went after it, flat and wide. Mistimed it. Second serve, Austin Vos. Match point. Just really just push that backhand volley, and he can sense it. Juice is now for the receivers to choose as to which side they would like to receive. And of course, they'll go after Scotty Webster, who's been the form player today. Match point, tie point, and it's also breakback point with these sudden death.
Big point, this one.
Juices. There it is. There it is. Game, set, and match. The boys are up and about. Austin Vos and Ethan Cook, too good for the Dalkeith duo of Josiah Tyson and Scotty Webster, closing this match out 6-love, 6-3 to give the overall tie to the Hensman Park team. Top of the table, stay at the top of the table, but gee whiz, what a great fight by the Dalkeith duo.
Yes, great classic match there as we turn our attention to the number 2 doubles. Well played by Austin Vos and Ethan Cook. Really high level doubles there. Pleasure to watch.
Matty Burton serving. James Newton has just been seeing the ball enormous today, and again another beautiful return of serve, but picked up nicely by Matty Burton as the teams change ends. Currently 6-5 to the Hensman Park team after winning the first set 6-3. Ethan Cook just letting the commentary team know it was a masterclass in doubles. These Hensman Park boys certainly not short of confidence.
Well, when you're the reigning premiers, top of the table, why not? Why not? Why not enjoy this success? There's so many ups and downs in tennis. It's a roller coaster. It's a marathon, not a sprint. When you're up and about, enjoy it.
Wise words from Tommy George, head of high performance Tennis Australia, located in offices at the State Tennis Centre, Tennis West. Been here 6 years. We call him a local now. No plans to move anytime soon, Tom George?
Hard to leave WA. It's an amazing place.
Great to have you here.
Hashtag West is best.
Tennis by 10. Serving Offerman, just wide, serving to stay in this match. Currently trailing 6-5. Beautiful cross there. Matty Burton shows the experience. Great return of serve by Evan Manso, just creating the opportunity for Matthew at the net. Hensman Park duo closest to the camera, currently leading by a set and 6-5. Evan Manso just demanding a ball. Of course, one of his favourite athletes is Nathan Fife, the man bun. Got himself a man bun in honour of Nat Fife. Uncustomary error on the return of serve from Matty Burton. He's been very clinical all day. 15 points apiece.
Just a little bit upright on that return of serve. I'd like to see him get a little bit lower and bounce around up on the balls of his feet, getting ready on those returns.
First serve let. James Newton and Offerman just talking. Offerman has gone down the middle predominantly all day on this juice court. And again, goes after it, just catching the net. And Offerman pushing that second serve wide. You can see the disgust. Scotty Webster just joining us in the commentary booth, handing around some treats, just trying to soften up the commentary on him. Been a bit hard early, now he's got the lollies. Good deep return of serve. Great return from Matty Burton. That was a better return. Finds himself up 15-40, 2 match points for the Hensman Park duo here. 6-5 in the second set. Close his tie out for Hensman Park, currently leading 3-2. Opportunity down the line. Nice early move from James Newton, put Evan Manso off. Match point again. Match point number 2 for Matthew Burton. Serve was wide. Opportunity here, second serve. Hensman Park, match point. There it is, serve and stay back. Beautifully played volley just into the bounce. And James Newton acknowledging that was too good as Evan Manso and Matty Burton. Too good today for the Dalkeith duo, Offerman and James Newton, winning in straight sets 6-3, 7-5. Well, an exciting day's play between Hensman Park and Dalkeith. My name is Brett Patten. This is Tommy George. We've been giving you the broadcast all day. Best of the men's state league here at Hensman Park Tennis Club at the picturesque suburb of South Perth. What can you tell us about today, Tommy George? Summarise the day's play for us here.
Thanks, Brett. I thought fantastic tennis all day on a beautiful afternoon at one of Australia's best clubs. It was just an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you to Hensman Park and Ellen for putting on wonderful hospitality. Thank you, obviously, to Scotty's Media and Tomio. Great tennis all day. The highlight for me was really James Newton at that number 2 singles position, having, probably a career best win against, the NCAA champion, Rhys Johnson. He played spectacular tennis. There's no doubt he was up and about from his article in the Western Australian. He had an amazing day. There was some spectacular tennis all round. I thought the match with S.Webster and Matty Burton at the number 1 position, 2 of the best players in the competition, that was a real highlight. Ethan Cook, I just cannot see him losing at the number 3 position all year. He was incredibly strong. So just some brilliant tennis. I really enjoyed the day. And what was your highlight?
Oh, look, no doubt about it. It was young James Newton. And certainly looking at Matty Burton for the first time, I was really impressed by the talent of these 2 kids. Great mates. Opposite ends of the court today. One, they used to play for Hensman Park. Now they're playing for Dalkeith and Hensman respectively. But gee whiz, we're actually blessed with the amount of talent that we've got coming in and out of WA in the men's and the women's state league. Brings us close to today's show. Hopefully you enjoyed the broadcast today. Thank you to Scotty's Media and Tomio Yamazaki. Obviously, Shane Smedley joined us as part of the commentary team. To you, Tommy George, we look forward to bringing you all the men's and women's state league from right across this summer of tennis. Until next week, stay tuned. The West Australian newspaper live streaming. Thanks.